if you're finding something, stop it down a little bit more.
I mean, it's already so. That's on, right? All right, good evening, all. I would like to start the Town of Rocky Hill Planning and Zoning Commission, the regular meeting. I'd like to call it to order. It's a Wednesday, October 19th, 2022. First item on the agenda is the public hearing.
Public hearing at 6:30 PM. Site plan up.
We've called to order, correct?
Yeah,
Okay. I just want to, we may have to open the hearing. What I'm asking for is like a favor of the commission if possible, and of the applicant. I believe Andrea, Attorney Gomes is here, representing the applicant. We have our first application for under our regulation, a new regulation, special accommodations. It's under section 3F, as in Frank, of our zoning regulations. It is for special accommodations under both the Fair Housing Act and/or Americans with Disabilities Act. And we have our first application this evening. I know that the public hearing will be probably very lengthy. So I would request a special accommodation for the applicant under that regulation to see if we could move that up. We maybe have to open the public hearing, recess it, and then move this agenda item up. If that is okay, first with the, I would ask the applicant, representatives from Vessel RE Holdings LLC.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Andrea Gomes, counsel for the applicant Vessel. We are absolutely fine and don't object to changing the agenda. We will be here, and thank you for asking us on the record.
Okay.
thank you very much.
Okay. If the,
So you can read and then
So
we'll
we'll
go.
read it and then we.
If that's okay
recess
with the
it, and then we
commission.
change the agenda, motion to change agenda.
yes, if that's okay with the commission.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Site plan application, Vessel RE Holdings LLC, proposing 31 bedroom apartments, with 9 apartments being designated as affordable in accordance with Connecticut General Statutes, Section 8-30G, along with associated site improvements for property located at 2369 Main Street, Rocky Hill, Connecticut, in a town center zoning district ID 10-080. I'd like to make a motion to recess this public hearing.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Who's
I
seated?
think
Who's
so
seated here?
there'll be Commissioner Brescia,
For now.
Commissioner, yeah, for this. And then,
Probably be here.
And us three?
yeah. You can,
So,
if he's coming.
motion to change the agenda, so agenda item 5A now comes before agenda item 2 on the, I'm sorry, yes,
Yeah,
on the agenda.
So seated will be,
Commissioner Brescia,
yeah,
And all the other regulars.
Alan.
all the other regulars, yeah.
Okay,
You're irregular.
thank you.
We need a second, right?
I don't-
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you to the commission and thank you to Attorney Gomes.
So we are now on agenda item 5A, request for special accommodation under section 3F of the Rocky Hill zoning regulations for Richard Drapeau, proposing a 21-foot by 16-foot deck off the rear of the house located at 199 Farms Village Road in an R20 zoning district ID 17-202.
Now, if you want, we do have a handheld mic. I could bring that to you if you'd like, or you could go to the podium, sir, whatever's better for you.
Try to speak up because I'm pretty soft-spoken. But I just want to thank everybody for giving me the time and the consideration. I'm trying to, I have a debilitating disease that's progressive. And the documentation has been received through Kim,
Yes.
through Kim's
For the
department.
record, While I will not disclose the disability, but I did receive a doctor's notes in this envelope. I put it in the envelope. It was dated September 23rd of 2022, and the medical doctor, who has been verified he is in fact a medical doctor, did state on the record that Mr. DePoe needed a larger deck due to the progressive disease that he has to accommodate future mobility issues.
I mean, that's basically it without going into too much. But I just, want to be able to spend time outside and on a deck, and eventually, as I progress, I'm most likely going to end up in a wheelchair. So I need room for mobility and movement to move around, and want a solid surface to be able to work off of if I'm out there trying to exercise. So I would appreciate it, and I thank everybody for your consideration.
Thank you. Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve Agenda Item 5A, request for special accommodation.
Can I have a second?
Second.
All in favor of the motion? Who's
Aye.
seated?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just so you know, something will be coming your way that needs to be filed on the land records. I'll give you a call when that's prepared, okay?
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you for coming to our meeting.
So for the record, I just like to make sure we have Commissioner Robbins seated now.
As we come out of our recess for the public.
All right, after.
Okay. Motion to come out of recess of the public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Now.
Now, we're good.
Did you confirm who's seated?
Yes, so the seated Commissioner Robbins and all the regulars. Yeah. Thank you. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
okay.
I just wanted to ensure, again, for the record, Andre Gomes, counsel for the applicant.
Oh.
That's what I was waiting for. I'll just give that one moment. Oh, okay. And we're on. Okay. Thank you for that. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Andrea Gomes, and I'm an attorney at Hinckley Allen in Hartford, here tonight on behalf of the applicant, Vessel RE Holdings, LLC. With me tonight are Josh Levy, Executive Vice President of Vessel, Matt Bruton, our consulting professional engineer with BL Companies, Mike Dion, our consulting traffic engineer, also with BL, and I have with me tonight as well my colleague from Hinckley Allen, Attorney Christian Mines. Before we get started, I do have a few procedural housekeeping items just to address for the record, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to note that tonight's public hearing was properly noticed. Newspaper publication occurred in the Hartford Courant on October 7th and 14th. A big thank you to Ms. Ricci and her team for taking care of that. The abutter mailing was completed and the sign was properly posted on the property as well, and we did send proof of that mailing to Ms. Ricci on October 10th. Second, the commission should have received a set of supplemental materials dated October 14th, consisting of a tabbed package that looks like this and revised plans. We did also submit a full stormwater report separately to staff, but we included just the narrative excerpt of that stormwater report for the commission's review at tab 4. I understand from Ms. Ricci that the commission has not yet had an opportunity to review the supplemental materials in detail, but we will be reviewing those materials throughout the course of tonight's presentation. For now, I will just highlight a couple of things for the commission from the supplemental materials from October 14th. At tab 2, we do have our narrative responses to the staff comments that we had received as of October 14th. Our team was able to respond to and accept almost all of the staff comments and requests that were provided to us. It is worth noting that both the Rocky Hill Police Department as well as the Central Connecticut Health District expressed no concerns with our application and recommended approval of it. In addition, we did receive a letter of support sent directly to us from Salute Restaurant on Cromwell Avenue, so we provided a copy of that letter for the Commission at tab 7. So just so that, taking a step back so the Commission understands really where we are in the approvals process, as the Commission likely knows, we did submit an application for a regulated activities permit to the Rocky Hill Open Space and Conservation Commission in August. The public hearing on that application opened on October 12th and ultimately was continued to November 9th to allow the Commission and town staff to work together to commission a peer review study focusing on the wetlands delineation and the stormwater report and drainage design for the site. Of course, given that continuation to November, the Commission here tonight cannot close the public hearing. So the goal for tonight's meeting, from our perspective, is to provide the Commission with an initial presentation, an overview of our proposal, and then hopefully hear Commission questions and comments, as well as public comments, which we will address as a team, either in rebuttal at the end of the hearing, or potentially we'll see how it goes. We may defer it to do it in writing in advance of the continued public hearing, or some combination of both, if you will. Now, before I dive into the actual substance of our presentation, I do want to note that our team has put together, obviously, as the Commission can see, a presentation that we hope is comprehensive and efficient, fingers crossed. We'd request, of course, respectfully from you, through you, Mr. Chairman, that the Commission hold its questions until the end, because we tried to craft this presentation to anticipate questions and answer them. It'll hopefully streamline the process a little bit. Perfect. So with that, I will dive right in. Let's see if this works. Perfect. So the subject...
Just one,
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
I just also want to state on the record that the documentation that Attorney Gomes is referring to is on your table this evening, along with additional correspondence that we have received over the past, say, week or so. And I did give the correspondence for the record to Attorney Gomes.
so
I'd just like to ask a question first, and that'll be it until
No,
it's time for
absolutely.
us to do it.
clarification, he just said
Yeah,
that.
clarification. The original application was 30 one-bedroom apartments as affordable housing. Now you're calling for 30 with only 9 being affordable housing?
So the application, Commissioner, was always for what's called, and I'll go into this a little bit more in
Okay,
my presentation, it's called a set-aside development under state law, and that requires that 30% of the units be set aside as affordable housing. So the application was always 30 units, 30% of which, here it's 9 units, would be affordable, and that's in accordance with 830G and state law.
Because the original public notice was just, didn't mention that only 9 would be affordable housing. But I just wanted to point that out so you can cover it as you go along.
Understood. I will address that. I, from a legal perspective, I don't believe that makes a difference to the, it doesn't make a difference substantively in the notice, but I will, of course, clarify how 830G works as I go through the presentation. Okay. So the subject of the application is a parcel located at 2369 Main Street. It's approximately a half-acre parcel located in the town center zone to the southwest of the Elm Street and Main Street intersection. The site is in a transitional, already developed area of Rocky Hill with commercial and retail uses located to the north, east, and south, and residential uses located to the west and to the east as well. Zooming in a bit here, the Commission can see that the site is just south of, and I don't have a mouse here to hover over, but that yellow box that the Commission sees, that is our site, and the site is located just south of Cost Cutter Liquors and north of OC Kitchen Bar Restaurant and Scrub Warehouse. There's a lovely crosswalk, as the Commission can see at the very top of the page, at the Elm Street, Main Street intersection, as well as a bus stop located just north of that intersection. So pedestrian accessibility already exists in the area, and from what I saw in the current today and from what Mr. Bruton will explain to you shortly, will only continue to improve with Rocky Hill's plans for pedestrian and cycling improvement throughout the town center. Slide 4 is just a Google Street View of the site. Looking northwest, that's Cost Cutter Liquors shown in the distance. So, as our team will discuss in more detail in just a few moments, we are proposing the development of a multifamily community consisting of 30 one-bedroom units measuring 550 square feet each with associated parking. We have filed the application under Connecticut General Statutes 830G, which is Connecticut's Affordable Housing Land Use Appeals Act. And we've filed this, and this goes to your question, Commissioner, we have filed this as a so-called set-aside development, which means that 30% of the units, so here 9 units, will be formally rent restricted for a period of 40 years for households earning 80% or less of the statewide median income. And here, for 2022, that's approximately $50,000 to $67,000 annually. So 830G provides that if a proposed residential development preserves that 30% for affordable households for 40 years, then a zoning commission can only deny the application if it receives evidence at the hearing that the application will cause a substantial public health or safety issue that clearly outweighs the need for affordable housing in the town and in the region, and that health and safety concern cannot be addressed by reasonable changes to the development plan. That's the legal standard for 830G. And in this case, we have filed the application only for site plan approval, which is also legally permissible under 830G as not meeting the underlying zoning regulations here for the town center zone is not a valid basis for denial. Again, the only basis for denial is that substantial public health and safety standard that I just discussed. Tab 9 of our original August application package includes a draft affordability plan. That affordability plan sets forth the rules for administering the community in compliance with state law. And in our supplemental materials that we submitted last week, the Commission will see at tab 3 that we've included and updated what's coined Schedule B to the affordability plan, and that essentially sets forth the minimum construction standards for the proposed community. Now, also with our August application, we submitted to the Commission a large tabbed packet regarding, we call it the Affordable Housing Needs Memorandum. It looks like this. That memorandum provides the Commission with evidence about the need for affordable housing in Rocky Hill and the surrounding region, and there certainly is a need. So as the Commission can see at tab C of that memorandum, the Department of Housing's, they call it the 10% list, but the Affordable Housing Appeals List for 2021 shows that only 5.13% of Rocky Hill's housing units are considered affordable under state law, and that's well under the 10% requirement that's set forth by state law. And this isn't just an issue in Rocky Hill, though. Open any news app, publication, turn on the TV, and you'll likely hear about the nationwide shortage and of housing, as well as the reality of skyrocketing rents happening across the country every day. And in fact, Rocky Hill has recognized the need for affordable housing in its own plan of conservation and development, which it passed in 2015. Indeed, the POCD, if you look at page 58, it recognizes that while Rocky Hill does have a diverse housing stock in terms of the number of multifamily units, most of those units were built in the 1970s, so they don't really meet the housing needs of today's population. And on that same page, the POCD specifically recognizes the need for affordable housing in Rocky Hill. So Vessel's proposal under 830G helps make that goal a reality. It helps solve the problem. Before I turn it over to Mr. Levy, I'd be remiss if I didn't at least take just one moment to mention that the Connecticut legislature in 2021 did move the, what I'll call the housing opportunity and equity dial in the right direction by passing Public Act 2129. That Act essentially amended the Zoning Enabling Act, so the source of zoning power in Connecticut. And it did so by requiring local zoning regulations to provide for the development of housing opportunities, including multifamily dwellings, by promoting housing choice and economic diversity in housing, including housing for both low and moderate income households, by addressing significant disparities in housing needs and access to educational, occupational, and other opportunities. And this other one is actually a big one because I think we're the first state in the United States to include this in our Zoning Enabling Act, but to affirmatively further the purposes of the Fair Housing Act. The Act also, again, moving the dial in the right direction, prohibited zoning regulations from establishing a minimum floor area for any dwelling unit that isn't set by or that exceeds the minimum set forth by the building code or any applicable housing code. With that, Mr. Chairman, I will hand it over to Mr. Levy, who's going to spend just a few minutes introducing Vessel to the Commission and discussing Vessel's innovative approach to housing, production, and design. I'll then ask Mr. Bruton to come up and walk the Commission through the plans from the engineering side of things. Mr. Dion will then come up to discuss traffic, and then I will wrap up.
That's okay.
There. Stretch.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight and for allowing me to present. We started Vessel because of what we have seen as a dire need nationally for housing that regular working people can afford. After spending 20 years, more than 20 years, in multifamily housing, that was, both on the true low-income development side as well as on the conventional multifamily luxury residential side. My partner and I realized that housing wasn't necessarily being responsive to the needs of a huge subset of our community, which has now been referred to as the missing middle. And what we've seen across the board is that there are just too many people who can't afford a safe, healthy, dignified home that they can actually afford. Some of the reason for this is that a lack of housing supply and regulation on the industry has resulted in ever-increasing costs. We're one of the only industries in the world where the advent of technology has not resulted in decreases in costs and increases in quality. And so now we have a situation where so many of the units that we have that are affordable to people are functionally obsolete. And as was just referred to in the study done by Rocky Hill, housing constructed in the 1970s is often beyond the point of being a place where somebody would want to live. It becomes a housing opportunity of last resort, unless, of course, it's been renovated. In that case, rents are traditionally raised and it becomes what's considered a value-add real estate deal. We thought that the time to change that was now, that the paradigm that exists for communities of people who have and have not needs to be changed, needs to be a situation where people can have healthy, sustainable, energy-efficient homes at pricing that they can afford based on their income. We've also come to understand through our own experiences and in speaking to many different communities that communities are about people, the people who live there, the people who work there. So many of those people, like firefighters, police officers, teachers, are in this group of missing middle. They're people who make too much in order to be in subsidized housing, but too little to afford housing that is, conventional and up to modern standards. What we've heard across the board, as we've, met with people, throughout our careers is everybody wants great teachers in their community. Everybody wants firefighters. Everybody wants terrific municipal employees. Everybody wants the latest entrepreneurs who want to open up good coffee shops and small restaurants in their town. And all of those people both need housing for themselves and housing for employees, and they want to be close to the communities that they work in. But when housing is too expensive for them, they don't have that opportunity. And if you look at a community like Rocky Hill, where you have the average guidance counselor earning about $57,000 a year, and the average school librarian earning about $65,000 a year, and the average teacher earning about $66,000 a year, the rent that they can pay and still have money left over is something between $14.28 a month and $16.60 a month. But if you look at the higher quality apartments available in the area, and really in the Hartford suburban community as a whole, you see rents starting at over $1,800. And so it's beyond the opportunity for them, even on a one-bedroom apartment, to have a place that they can actually afford and be comfortable and be part of the communities that they're serving. Tonight, we think there's an opportunity to work together to change that, not only here, but just in general in terms of the way we think about housing and the way we think about how to house people. We have the opportunity to take a step forward to embrace innovation. And we have the opportunity to support people who support us, who need our support, who need a better place to live, who deserve an exceptional place to live. And while we don't have all the answers, we've come up with one answer, and that is in the form of our Vessel building. So Vessel has looked at housing instead of as a one-off expression per property into a consumer product, or to productize housing. Consumer products are, things that we all know and, use and love, so to speak. The example that I often use, is a flat screen television. So back when flat screen televisions came out, I had hair at that point, they were over $20,000. Many of us looked at them, we said, my God, the future of TVs are going to be that they're going to hang on my wall. But then we looked at the price tag and said, that's never going to be in my home. But through the use of manufacturing, through the use of productization, by amortizing an incredible amount of intellectual property and investment up front, today we have a better version of that product in every Walmart and every Target for $600. And so most everybody can have a beautiful television hanging in their house that has a better picture than it did when it first came out. And we can do the same thing with housing. Vessel has taken housing, and we've said, let's produce the safest possible housing. Let's make it so that it's steel construction. Let's make it so that it's available to everybody. We're making sure that it's an elevator and it's designed to universal design standards so that people of varying abilities can live in it. Let's make sure that it's code compliant so that it meets the code, not only of the states that we're currently working in, but of every state, so that we can work towards having something that can be code compliant across the nation. And then let's integrate in technology so that it becomes a product that is both usable by, seniors and attractive to young people, something that can, be an opportunity for a modern house that people can really enjoy and embrace. We've also looked at it from the perspective of our tenants. So we think about housing from the perspective of user delight. People hear the word affordable. They think, my God, this is going to be something that is not good for my community because, it's going to be low quality or it's not going to have things that we would want in it. We look at it totally differently. We say, let's use 9-foot ceilings. Let's have stainless steel appliances. Let's have washer dryers that are standard. Let's make sure that there's independent HVAC facilities. We build our buildings so that they're incredibly energy efficient, so that they're built to standards where the BPU loss in the building is a fraction of what the typical building is, through wrapping it in a cellular membrane that really only allows for the passage of air, in a controlled manner through the system itself. We did away with things like paint and drywall because we said, one, it's not a healthy surface. Two, anybody who's ever lived in an apartment building before and ever had a leak, or even in your house, a leak, knows that getting to that leak, replacing that leak, that problem, ripping out all the drywall, is incredibly disturbing. It's destructive. It takes an enormous amount of time. It's inconvenient. And we said, well, let's put it on, let's use walls that are built from sustainable materials. Let's make them hypoallergenic and antimicrobial so that people can live in the healthiest, safest, most enjoyable environment possible. And then we looked at housing and said, much like the cars that we have today, let's make sure that they're a software-enabled product, because there's better ways to manage and operate buildings if we have technology in them. We can make sure that they're always operating at the most efficient levels. And we can also ensure that there's things in them that people need and want, so that the air coming into units goes through a monitoring and purification process, so that every time you leave your house, your bathroom becomes sterilized using UVC technology, so that every unit is alarmed, so that we have the latest security. We make sure that for people who need services for hearing and visually impaired, that we have that built into the units, that you can stream your music through your in-home speakers so that you can enjoy coming home every day and relaxing, so that you can control your lights and have light therapy functions so that during the winter you can maintain your health and wellness. We make sure that all of our buildings are fully alarmed, fully sprinklered, so that they're the safest buildings from a fire perspective, that there's nothing combustible in the buildings. And then we look at the environment and the sustainability of the buildings and say, how can we do something that's the most sustainable building, using sustainable materials, but also thinking about the sustainability footprint of typical construction. So typical construction is going to take 18 to 24 months. There's going to be dozens of trucks and deliveries and things that take place. There's going to be a huge carbon footprint associated with that. And in fact, if you look at old buildings, we have landfills that are populated with old buildings and other things like that. A vessel building gets delivered on as few as 10 trucks. It will be erected in as quickly as 10 days. And then the full construction period is about 6 to 8 months. So in a fraction of the time, we're delivering housing that is safe and healthy and high quality that people can enjoy to live in. And then we look at how do we make it sustainable from an overall usage perspective, with the idea of making it all electric, including solar on the roof, so that we can achieve net zero operations. And monitoring and optimizing water and energy usage through the smart home technology to provide tenants with prompts so that they can better utilize their system to maintain their comfort, but to also save money and to have a greener footprint. We also thought about the fact that many of the problems that people have had with multifamily today are that they've had absentee owners, that communities look and they say, if you go back to the 50s and 60s and 70s in the multifamily industry, that usually buildings were owned by somebody from the community. And we thought about that and said, that was really much better. People were devoted to their communities. They knew their neighbors. They were invested and accountable to the people that they lived with and around. And so we've said that the right management structure is a return to the past. So every vessel building is operated by somebody who's local to the community. We call this person a community caretaker. The buildings themselves, since they're rather small in unit sizes, are incredibly efficient to run. They don't have a lot of common space either. So it can be a part-time job for somebody in order to enhance their income, in order to give them an opportunity to save additional money. It's about a 10-hour-a-week commitment. These people, since they're members of the community, they get trained by Vessel through Vessel University. We provide all the back-end support for them on an ongoing basis. We provide quality control. We provide all the systems in order to make sure that everything is run at the highest standards. But they're the local eyes and ears of the building and invested in the building and in the community itself so that there's better operations and a better alignment of interests. And ultimately what this does is it creates a situation where this isn't just a job for somebody, it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to do something that is good for them, is good for the community, and results in a better version of housing for everybody. So with that in mind, I'd ask you to think about this from the perspective of an opportunity. I realize that every housing application has, people who are detractors of it, that there's always concern about the way a building looks or about how big it is or about how many units there are. I realize that, nobody is ever completely happy with any housing application that gets, put forth in a community because it involves change, and change is always somewhat difficult in many instances. But change can also be meaningful. And I'd like to think that today we can look at something and say we can change the current status quo. We can either keep going forward and treating housing in the same way that we always have. The result's going to be the same result. Costs are going to continue to go up. Rents are going to continue to go up. Quality is going to continue to go down. The impact on the natural environment is going to continue to be, intrusive. Or we can take an opportunity to do something different, to try something different, and look for decreased rents, increased opportunity, an opportunity for community members, housing for people in our community who need them, providing them with a great place to live. And we can embrace a future where everybody truly has an equal opportunity for an extraordinary life, which is something I think that we all as people, as citizens of this country, believe in. We believe in opportunity. We believe in people being able to pursue something extraordinary for themselves, for their children, for their parents. And so I ask you to say yes to innovation and say yes to a brighter future for the people who will be tenants, for the people who will benefit from this at local businesses, who will have more people to frequent them, and for the opportunity to do something that will be sustainable, that will be safe and healthy, and a wonderful opportunity for a number of people. I thank you greatly for the opportunity to speak tonight. And for your patience, and obviously I'm here to answer any questions that anybody has, and look forward to speaking with you more.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Matthew Bruton. I'm an engineer from BL Companies, located at 100 Constitution Plaza in Hartford, Connecticut. I'll be walking through the engineering aspects of the plan today. Just to give you my resume, I'm a Bachelor's of Science of Civil Engineering from the University of New Hampshire, and I'm a professional engineer licensed in the state of Connecticut. So what you see here on the screen now is the existing conditions. So this is a survey of the property. In general, as you can tell from prior slides, it's a vacant lot, mainly consisting of a mixture of kind of a mowed lawn and then a wooded area kind of to the rear. And as mentioned by Andrea, there's a wetland in the back right corner of the property. In general, topography goes from around 110 feet to 104, mainly from the back of the lot towards Main Street. And as you can see on the screen here, Main Street is across the bottom of the page for your orientation. So here is the proposed site plan. It shows the proposed conditions, proposed improvements to the property. So I'll just kind of walk you around the site and kind of show you what we're looking to do. Again, Main Street is across the bottom of the page for orientation. So the first thing, if I'm walking from Main Street back into the site, we're proposing a single access driveway to Main Street. Main Street is also obviously a DOT controlled road, so an encroachment permit would be required for us to put our driveway in that location. There are existing sidewalks along Main Street. We're proposing to maintain those sidewalks, rebuilding portions of them that would be disturbed by the construction we're proposing on site. And as well as not only maintaining the walkability of the existing sidewalk within the right-of-way, we are showing connectivity to that sidewalk to the main entrance of the building, which is at the lower left-hand corner of this page. You can see adjacent to that is our proposed handicap parking spaces. So in general, you can see we've proposed the building in the kind of lower right-hand corner, which is the northeast corner of the lot, up towards the street. which puts the parking to the side and rear, which is the preliminary feedback we got when coming to the town in terms of the kind of orientation of the property. So the majority of the parking, again, is to the side and rear. It's 33 proposed parking spaces. So in general, you can see that allows circulation on both sides of the building, and then there's sidewalks adjacent to the parking spaces, mainly on the southern side of the building, which is where the building can be accessed. In addition to the sidewalk along the southern facade of the building, we're also proposing a bike rack, which would allow, obviously, for not only people walking, but also people riding, making an alternative method for people to commute to their jobs or to the local businesses. We also have trash enclosures as well, especially in that notched area towards the rear of the building in the southwest corner. In addition to that, we do show a hatched gray block area in the upper right-hand side of the plan. That is a snow storage area. Questions that we've gotten from prior commissions were asking about where snow storage would happen on the property. Obviously, being in Connecticut, we're susceptible to small snowstorms and large snowstorms, and we wanted to show a place where snow could be removed from the parking lot for safety and then piled on site. And we think the best area here is in the upper right-hand corner in the landscaped area of this site. The next plan here is the site utilities plan. The building, obviously, as Josh went through, is obviously very state-of-the-art and would need to be supplied by public utilities. These are all available on the street here. So we would need domestic water and fire protection for water service from EBDC, and we'd also need electric and tel data services, which would be supplied by Eversource and Frontier. All those would be connected from the utilities that are existing in the street. The next plan I have here is the grading and drainage plan. So obviously, you could tell from the existing conditions that there's very little impervious area on the property today. So to deal with the increase in impervious area, we need to provide a complementary stormwater management system. The goal of that is to be able to capture, treat, and detain the stormwater that would hit these impervious areas, whether it be the building, the pavement, or the concrete sidewalks. So the goal of this system is to comply with the 2004 Connecticut Stormwater Quality Manual and the 2002 Erosion and Sedimentation Control Guidelines. The three big points of those documents are to match drainage patterns, provide 80% TSS removal, TSS standing for total suspended solids, and then to mitigate peak flows. We're doing that through a combination of catch basins with deep sumps and hoods, a hydrodynamic separator, and a subsurface detention system, with the water eventually discharging through an existing stub pipe onto the property that goes to Main Street, which is controlled by DOT. So some of the devices that you can see on this plan include catch basins, and I don't know if you guys can see, I don't know if I have a mouse, but they're catch basins and drainage structures within the parking lot, and then the big gridded rectangular box underneath the parking lot is the subsurface detention system, which helps with the detaining of stormwater and balancing those flows out. The next plan here is the soil and sediment erosion control plan. As I mentioned, we were following the 2002 Erosion and Sedimentation Control Guidelines when we designed this. So the goal is during construction to make sure that the earthwork and operations of the construction crews follow this plan, with the goal of it being able to mitigate any erosion from either wind, water, to the adjacent properties, to the wetlands, and also to the main street there at the bottom of the page. So some of the devices that we've included to be installed and maintained by the construction crew throughout the duration of the project include things like a construction entrance, silt sacks, silt fence, soil stockpile areas, and erosion control blankets. All those devices accomplish certain things during construction to mitigate any damage to drainage systems or abutting properties, and the goal would be for those devices to stay in place until the site is stabilized. And what stabilized I mean is pavements down, concrete's down, and we have some vigorous landscape growth to be able to lock in soil on the property. The next plan here is the landscaping plan. So obviously, we're looking to provide a landscape site that would be, beautiful and attractive for people driving by, and especially for residents of the building who would be living on site. So we have a combination of trees, shrubs, and grasses along the frontage of the property, along the perimeter of the parking lot, and then in the upper left-hand corner, as we're going through the inland wetland process, obviously, we're doing some enhancements to the wetland area, which is in the southwest corner of the property. Goal, obviously, to be beautiful and something that can be maintained for the life of the project. One item before I leave the site plan, obviously, we'll have site lighting as well. The goal would be obviously for a safe, bright, well-lit parking lot and sidewalk area for the safety of the residents and also visitors, and honestly, anyone walking by on Main Street as well. It's kind of a gap now between existing businesses. So the goal is obviously to have LED, dark sky compliant, full cutoff fixtures that don't provide any light spillage off the property line. In terms of phasing, construction timing, Josh alluded to it briefly. The size of this lot is obviously quite small, so there's no plan to phase the project. It'd be built in one shot, and with a rough timeline of 6 to 8 months. That's obviously a great benefit to limiting disruptions and also to making sure that the site can be stabilized as quickly as possible, getting back to that erosion and sedimentation control plan. So, as mentioned too by Andrea, we've obviously addressed some comments from engineering and police and health. They're satisfied, and in my professional opinion, the site can be safely developed to fit into the surrounding community and the roadway network. So, with that, I'll pass it on to some of my colleagues.
Thank you. For the record, Mike Dion with BL Companies. I'm actually out of Meriden, so 355 Research Parkway, Meriden, Connecticut. I'm a registered professional engineer and a professional traffic operations engineer in the state of Connecticut. I've been doing this for 25 years now, so almost too long. Just to orient ourselves with the site again, we are on Connecticut 99 Main Street, a state-owned road with a 30-mile-per-hour speed limit, just south of the Route 160 intersection, which they just redid not too long ago as part of the streetscape improvements, and just north of Garden Street, where we have the Ames development, where you guys are currently building a new residential office space. So we do have, at both intersections, there are crosswalks to cross across Route 99. So there is good pedestrian access both directions to get across if need be. We are aware that the town is looking at some improvements over by Dividend Street, trying to expand the green over there, which would be an attractive area for some of our residents maybe to go down to. So it is critical that we maintain that crosswalk at that intersection. Typically for a site, we would look at, doing a traffic impact study for it. But Institute of Transportation Engineers and Connecticut Standard is to look at any intersection where you're generating 100 new trips at it in a peak hour, which is AM peak hour or PM peak hour when the commuting traffic is on the road. IT has been around for 90 years, collecting traffic data for 50 of those years. And what you can see with the chart here that's provided is that in the AM peak hour, a 30-unit development is only going to generate about 11 trips. And in the PM peak hour, it's going to generate about 12 trips. So it's well under the thresholds set up by DOT and ITE for whether you do a full traffic impact study. But what we wanted to do is look at this site for the critical elements, which number one for a site that we're looking at developing is site distances. There are two different site distances we typically look at. One is called stopping site distance, which is the traveling public on the main road having the ability to stop in time if somebody is pulling out in front of them. That's actually a lower number than what we call the intersection site distance, which is the sight distance for somebody pulling out of the driveway or a side street to be able to see left and right whether or not a car is coming and have that decision time to be able to take the turn out. And that is all based upon speed. Typically, we would use, DOT has speed data available on a lot of roadways. They have a point right out in front of our site, actually. But when I looked at that data, it had a 20 mile per hour, what they call the 85th percentile speed. And that is just, I just can't go by that data. So we threw that data point out. And what we did in looking at this, and industry standard is if you don't have speed data, you take the speed limit and add 5 miles per hour to it. And that's your design speed of the roadway and when we're looking at this information. And what that comes up with is you need 390 feet available of sight distance to the north and south looking to make sure you can come out and exit the site safely. And when we looked at that, there are no vertical or horizontal obstructions in the site triangle looking out of the driveway, so there's plenty of distance in both directions. We've got over 400 feet in each direction to make that turn. One other thing to note is that this is, as Matt had mentioned, it is a state roadway, C299, so the state is going to look at all of this for any kind of a curb cut you're putting in. So they will review this information and make sure that it meets their standards. And that's through the encroachment permit process, so it's typically after this process. And just, in my opinion, being such a low generator and having adequate sight distances in both directions, that this development is not going to pose an impact or adversely impact the traffic operations in the area. With that, I will turn it back over to Andrea.
Good evening, everyone. Again, for the record, Andrea Gomes, counsel for the applicant. Mr. Chairman, before we conclude, or I turn it back to the commission, rather, I just wanted to note a couple points of clarification. First, just so the commission is aware, the site plan or the revised plan set that we submitted last week, the commission will likely have picked up on the red clouds around portions of the plans. Those are just to highlight for the commission's benefit and for town staff the revisions we've made to the plans since we originally submitted the application in August. That's all that means. And most of those revisions were made at the request of town staff. That again is addressed at tab 2 of our October 14th supplemental package. And as well as incorporates the revisions we made to the plan as a result of our wetlands application as well. So killed two birds with one stone, so to speak, for that. I'll also note for the commission's benefit that Mr. Levy did sit down with staff, with Ms. Ricci, to discuss some potential additions to the site to be more in line with the surrounding area. The commission will note in the landscaping plan that Vessel has incorporated a number of street trees as requested by Ms. Ricci. I think there are 12 dogwoods and 4 inkberry trees now incorporated and shown on the plans. At the request of Ms. Ricci, Vessel is also going to be incorporating some street lighting, again, still LED, dark sky compliant, full cutoff, but some street lighting. One will be located just north of the driveway with the second located in front of the building. And that was at the request of town staff. It's not yet shown on the plans, but we will definitely incorporate it for the next round. And again, this just enhances what Mr. Bruton discussed, which enhances pedestrian safety and vehicle safety as well and circulation around the site. With that, Mr. Chairman, I will say that I turn it back to, we threw a lot of information at the commission. I will turn it back to the commission for, I defer to you, Mr. Chairman, whether commission questions or public comment, and then I just ask that whichever direction we go in, the applicant be afforded an opportunity to respond at the end.
Yeah, so we'll open up the floor for the public, for public comment, and after that, we will go to the commission members.
Okay. There is a sign-up sheet in the back. I will go and get that sign-up sheet, after which, if other people want to get up and speak. Oh, sorry. I guess someone's going to bring it to me.
Are you going to lay it down?
Public, yes.
Are you going to lay groundwork? Time, or you just?
Yeah. Can we,
There's a sign-up sheet.
Are you
Do
on
you-
the sign-up sheet?
Yes.
Just, okay.
Okay, he's first.
Just want to make sure.
so before we proceed, I just want to make sure, to give everyone opportunity to talk. We limit our, comments to 3 minutes to respect everybody's time. And if you want to speak after everyone has a chance to address with the commission, can come back and address it. So please respect that. Thank you.
I must say something for the record. Because and I know Attorney Gomes already mentioned this,
Please.
the wetlands process is still in, hasn't finished. Part of the commission's deliberations and part of the public hearing for this commission is a report from the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency. So no matter what, we will have to recess the hearing at some point. I just want that to be stated on the record.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, before I use up my approximate 3 minutes, I looked at the file today. I didn't have access to the new material to my knowledge, so.
Can you, and for everyone's benefit, if you can, say your name and address for us.
Charlie Wisnowski, 670 Old Main Street. I just request that
It's in there.
the hearing be kept open until the public has the right to review all of the material that you've received, I guess, up there this evening.
Yeah, it's all the material that we got, when we got the emails from people, email correspondence from individuals wanting to send letters in. As I received them, they were printed and put in the file. The other supplemental materials that came in on Monday were in the file.
I did not see the highlighted red, but, okay. May I begin?
Yes.
Okay. I support affordable housing as a concept on this site. I ask the commission to deny the site plan application before you without prejudice. The Rocky Hill zoning regulation, Section 1, Introduction 1.b, purposes, 1.b.1, statutory purposes, Section 1, protect the public health, safety, convenience, and property values. 2, lessen congestion in the streets. 3, there are additional 3 through 8, which I'll refer to as I go along. As submitted to you, the 9 affordable units in 21 market units are an undue concentration of population whose design and configuration create on-site and off-site threats to health, safety, and convenience. The site plan does not provide for safe vehicle traffic. There is no means to protect the public health for vehicles exiting the site. There is no turnaround on site. Moving trucks, service trucks, package delivery trucks, trash trucks, snowplows, etc. These vehicles have to back out onto Main Street. This will increase congestion in the street. Main Street at this location, according to the Connecticut Department of Transportation, average daily traffic has had counts of 14,400 vehicles a day. At the proposed driveway of Vessel, there is a narrow sidewalk and a narrow piece of land between the curb and the sidewalk. There is no on-street parking. For example, a United Parcel Service truck, which are 26 feet long and 10 feet wide, could only back out, likely blocking 1 lane, if not 2. The proposed 8.5-foot parking spaces are too small for the truck to use. Additionally, northbound on Main Street, a 3rd lane for turning begins opposite the subject site. Vehicles leaving the subject site must confront 5 lanes of traffic. The proposed plan has 1 parking space per unit, no loading space. The spaces are 8.5 feet wide and 18 feet long. Math calculations using a factor greater than 1 vehicle per apartment generates a parking shortage. Residents and building maintenance will have non-resident visitors in vehicles. The CHFA publishes every year multifamily design and construction standards. These standards have been adopted by the Connecticut Department of Housing. These are best practice standards. Parking ratio lots and collector roads. Parking for developments for family residents shall be provided at the minimum ratio of 2.4 spaces per unit or greater. Parking layouts with dead ends are discouraged. Parking spaces within developments for family residents shall be a minimum of 9 feet wide by 20 feet long. The proposed plan is an overcrowding of the land and undue concentration of population. The 9 affordable units are welcome, but the 21 market units are too many, too much. The proposed plan with inadequate parking and site conditions has additional negative characteristics. Cars park 1.5 feet from the west wall of the first floor. I did not identify a dumpster location for trash and recycling. There are no amenities on site. I support fewer units. They all can be affordable at 25% of income. I oppose the Trojan horse of inferior housing. In my opinion, having less than 1/3 affordable housing units to override public health and safety is an abuse of the intent of the affordable housing effort. The proposed number of units are too many. Reduce the number, make them all affordable. I ask the Commission to reject the plan, spend my tax money to litigate if you have to. In my opinion, the proposed housing density and design is inferior housing. The affordable law is being used not to provide standard housing at a lower rent to qualified tenants, but the law is being used to provide a less desirable unit to all tenants. If the goal is affordable rental housing, use the CHFA, DOH guidelines, use best practices. In my opinion, the plan in front of you is not desirable housing at affordable rent. Please oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you. Who is the next speaker?
I don't, thank you. Sorry about that. It was Lori Bosky, 18 Highland Street. That was Charles Wisnowski at 670 Old Main Street was the first speaker.
What she said.
Yeah.
Yes, Lori Bosky. I just have a couple of, Charlie covered a lot of what I was going to mention. These are just some comments that came up from people that I've seen across town. The traffic issue on the street, I can see that, with only 30 units, there are not a lot of vehicles for that unit, but we have to take into consideration the 200-plus apartments that are going to be across the street from the Ames development. And when I went to the wetlands site visit, it was around 5:15 in the afternoon, and the traffic was incredible of people going in and out of the package store and then people trying to go across. And so we need to also consider the impact of the additional properties that are going to be built across the street. Someone brought up a question about school bus stop. I know that this development is predicting not many children, but you never know. With tight parking in the event of an emergency, would fire trucks, police be able to fit and safely evacuate people? The elevator in the building, is the elevator large enough to fit a stretcher to bring patients up and down during an emergency? My son, being a paramedic, has encountered that problem many times in many apartment buildings, that they can't get the person and then they have to carry them down the stairs. Will any of the apartments be ADA compliant with handicapped accessible doors, showers, no entry showers and things of that? The question about the trash area seems to be answered. It is enclosed to avoid any spillage and critter access. And the last question from someone was the snow storage, and it looks like that was provided in the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Fran Palazzolo, 159 Bailey Road.
The two speakers ahead of me, Fran Palazzolo, Bailey Road, Rocky Hill. The two speakers ahead of me covered a lot of the information. However, I'm requesting that a traffic study be conducted between Elm Street and Pratt Street. Pratt Street ends at the Silas Deane Highway, where the Silas Deane Highway going south becomes a two-lane highway. You're coming from a 4-lane to 2-lane, and that would be backed up. The other thing is they haven't considered the traffic coming out of the Ames department area, and you have 200 some odd units, and between 9:30 and maybe 9 o'clock, you're going to have between 250 to 300 cars leaving their facilities, going on to the Silas Dean. And when you got those happening, when you're taking left-hand turns or right-hand turns, you have to be careful. You have only one exit from the apartments, and you have only one exit going out to the Silas Dean from the Ames property. You probably have another exit that goes off the Ames property that goes onto Pratt Street, which is very narrow. The traffic light that you have at Pratt Street, at Garden Street, that's controlling a lot of that area. You're going to have cars backed up on Garden Street. You're going to have cars backed up on Dividend Road. You're going to have cars backed up on the property of the Ames, and you'll have those are the areas that will be covered. What's going to be a problem, and this is sometimes now, Dividend Road. Where Dividend Road is, and it comes up towards the going north, sometimes because of that traffic, like it is long-lasting, they'll take and go down Pratt Street and go to the Silas Dean going south, and that's going to be another hazard. That's going to be so-called shortcut. The other thing is you have 30 units, which probably will all have automobiles, because the buses, they don't go to the grocery stores, they don't go to the markets, so there's not many stores that go from the apartment going north until you come to the shopping center where Food Mart is. So the bus is not going to be that well. Yeah, okay. The other problem is going to be on Sundays, weekends, vacation time, when the people on the apartment that have 30 cars, where are you going to park your buddies' cars? And that's you're going to have when the presentation did not bring into the material of Ames property coming onto the Silas Dean. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Anita Hawkins, 60 Riverview Road.
Thank you very much. I was actually glad to hear that there was going to be some kind of reasonably affordable multifamily housing in that area. I live maybe half a mile away. And what I'd expected was 8 or 10 modest apartments, a village-type space again, a part of a walkable, village-type, welcoming space. I am also...
Ms. Hawkins, can you please address
Yes.
to the commission, please? Thank you.
I'm also just personally a supporter of both affordable housing and of partially pre-built housing and some of the ways that can overcome affordability issues. However, I have to say I was really distressed when I saw the image of the proposed building, which I think is wildly inappropriate for this site. At 5 stories, it's much higher than anything in the area. I'd expected 2, maybe 3. It has a severe flat face directly on the sidewalk. The images that were presented to us look like they were lifted directly from an urban setting where that might have been appropriate, where there was no choice but to push the building right up against the sidewalk. But this is going to be visually unappealing. There's just a few feet of some kind of low shrubby material. It's going to be unpleasant for the people living in those first floor homes, who are going to have people walking by their house 3 feet away, peeking in the windows, lots of noise. I don't understand why the building wasn't proposed to be set back from from the sidewalk, perhaps with some kind of landscaped, welcoming space, benches, trees, a place for public interaction, a village space. There's certainly opportunity to do that. Would it reduce the number of apartments? Probably. Should they be reduced? Yes, I think so. The parking space situation has been addressed, but how many people here get deliveries from Amazon? Yeah. There's no place for those delivery trucks to pull up in that space, except in blocking other people. There's no place for visitors. There's no street parking on that area of Main Street, so people will be circling the block, parking on Garden Street, parking I don't know where. It's just too much building of the wrong style for that space. And I hope some accommodation can be made. I also propose that we deny the current application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next individual, Alan Smith, 112 Old Main Street.
Sorry about my handwriting if you weren't able to pick up the Old Main Street part there. Hi, my name is Alan Smith from Old Main Street, 112. I originally marked this on my calendar because I was looking forward to coming here and advocating on behalf of this. I think affordable housing and even 31-bedroom market-based apartments would be great for Rocky Hill. We need more of that. All of the apartment developments that we've had and everything else have been market-based, and they're, quite frankly, not affordable for a lot of people. But before coming and advocating for it, I wanted to look up a little bit more, like, who is this company? You know, I saw the proposal and all this stuff before, and from the best that I can determine, and maybe they could provide some more information about this, but it appears that only one of these type of properties has actually broken ground somewhere else. I don't know if it's completed yet or not. Trenton, New Jersey. But they've got about another handful of these that are going up other places. And it does seem to be kind of a different type of thing with the technology and the materials and all this. So my question was, do we want to be the guinea pig for this type of building here in Rocky Hill? But deeper than that, too, also I want to know, the company, like, do they have another history of ownership? Well, it turns out Vessel's CEO is Neil Rubler. I don't know if everybody, I never knew that name because I'm not in Manhattan real estate or a big shot. But they have another company, Candlebrook Properties, which was previously Vantage Properties, that had to settle with the New York Attorney General for harassing tenants.
I would request to address, if you have any concerns regarding
for the building of the property.
Yes.
Yep, I'll keep it as simple as that. So as far as the type of development like this, I'm totally in favor of it. Maybe if it's on this location, if there's a better location, fine. I don't have an issue with the way that it looks. The parking, one-bedroom apartments are not going to have a ton of cars, A lot of people, nobody said it yet, but, I've heard a lot of other people say, oh, we're going to fill up our schools or whatever. We're not going to have a ton of kids living in one-bedroom apartments. But my ultimate concern was just, yes, we could use this type of development, but is this also the type of landlord neighbor that we want to have in our community? And maybe that's not the type of decision you guys can make, but I just wanted everybody else to be aware of, the parent companies and stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next individual is Al Beloin. I believe I said that correctly. 10 Stepney Pardon?
That's correct.
Okay, thank
Very
you.
well.
10 Stepney Circle.
Yes, a few questions. Has it been brought up, I don't know, in their lease agreement with their tenants, is there a maximum amount of people that are allowed to live in that square footage per apartment? And if they overdo that, is there a penalty to the people? Is that a lease breaker? And like I say, I don't know if that's incorporated. Or is it incorporated in their lease agreement that you are only allowed one car, one space? And if now you have most people that are married and have two different jobs, they are not close by to each other. And very seldom is one able to get on the bus, and unless you're near the busway, and get to your job. So you're almost very, very likely to have two vehicles in each apartment if there's a husband and wife, they're both working, or two partners or whatever. Like I say, I like the setup, but I don't agree with the parking and the cars. And I've heard of other instances in Rocky Hill where people, you had multiple people go into an apartment that really wasn't designed for that square footage. And I just thought I'd like to bring that up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Tony Palazzolo, George Road.
Before.
Yeah, he already went. This is a different person.
Good evening. Tony Palazzolo, she just told you, so I guess it's in there. Tonight I am here to address my questions and comments concerning the safety and the strength of this proposed design of this building. I have some additional, and I also have some additional reflection to cover. Starting with safety, the rare reminder issued on 7/28/22 stated that you will have a generator-run elevator that tenants of any mobility status can live on, and that you will have I'm sorry, I'm having trouble reading. That tenants of any mobility status can live on any floor. In case of a fire, are you recommending that the tenants take this generator elevator to evacuate? Is it run by electricity or gas, and will it be flammable in the case of fire? How do people who have mobility issues get out? I did see tonight on your drawing that you have a rendering of stairs, but that still is a problem for mobility. Will there be an accessible fire escape? I'm not sure how this could work. There is no one who can guarantee, should a fire break out, what quadrant of the building would be involved. Do you have alternatives? Going along the same line of thought, and given the tight space and the maximum of 30 vehicle parking, I saw tonight it was 33, will the rescue trucks be impeded in the access both to evacuate and to control the problem? I heard the other night on your presentation, 10/12/22, that there was only one drive on one side of the building. I don't recall if the width was presented, but at the same time, a person judging this would need to know the required measurements for both fire and rescue vehicles appropriate for the job in order to know if the space allotted is adequate for such a situation, as well as the ability to turn around. You will also have the issue of how many vehicles can exit this property in the event of emergency. And I'm thinking that, God forbid, there should be a fire if you have 30 people trying to save their cars and get out of there, and you got people coming in trying to control the issue. What a mess. An additional question, is your heavy equipment a match for both the lot size and the weight of the modular units that you'll be bringing in? I know our fire company has high ladders as they purchase them to serve Century Hills. Also, in the interest of both the lot size and building safety, I would like to suggest that whoever's reviewing our plans on the town side of our, be conscious of the class of concrete that will be used for the base slab. or whatever might be used if these are pre-poured slabs. I don't know what's going in the plan. The engineers can look at that. It is my understanding that this can affect the foundation support of a 5-story building on a lot that is known to have a wet area. This should be checked. In addition, I believe that it was mentioned on 10/12/22 meeting that you are planning to have solar collectors on the roof. They mentioned it again tonight. If you look around Rocky Hill, you will see that many of our buildings have flat roofs. The picture on the current on October 5th, 22, Section 2, page 2 appears to be flat. As a non-native New Englander, I found this interesting as I have developed a high respect for the Northeasters that we get, as well as a quick change over to ice. That is one thing that really shocked me about New England, because I was used to snow, but boy, your ice is a mess, and it gets black pretty fast. It's my understanding that a few years ago during our we had a record wet October snowstorm. People were hiring snow removal from the roofs because of the additional weight. It is my understanding that the width and the length of these roofs can limit the weight that they can safely support. The solar collectors should be included in the part of the loads. These are all safety factors, and they should be analyzed during the town check of this proposal. The next comment is for water, as it also involves safety. You will be digging to pour a slab. When this happens, you have to go below our frost line. While it is not a cellar, it will involve a considerable hole, at least below the frost line, to pour the slab, as it is extremely important, and it is extremely important to regrade this foundation back to its original site in order to not create new water flow problems that are perhaps not reflected in the plans as a result, because sometimes the results cannot be known. You mentioned ash trees that you are cutting. These same trees are now soaking up water through their trunks, which means their removal will allow more water to flow forward. I know you presented an installation of the storm drain. Can you foresee that it will be adequate in extreme situation not to spill over and become ice on the drive or overflow onto the road? Because you've got the building way up close. Continuing on the questions that pertain to the site is, where are the visitors supposed to park if there are 30 apartments, and I should say 33 spaces, I have 30. I understand that anyone moving in is limited to one space, but can you insist that no one should ever visit using a car? That's far out. Or maybe you're saying these people psychologically don't have guests. I don't know. They don't need people. That's not good either. Does anyone know how this will be viewed since, maybe you are all right as you have on-the-street parking due to the 2015 ordinance and charter changes. They said tonight you can't use it. Does anyone know how this would be viewed since our Main Street is also Route 99? It's not fair to assume that people have the use of property next to the area that belongs to other businesses. Has anyone checked with our police department? And I got that answer tonight too. Now for the questions about affordability. And at this, I'm bringing up...
Ma'am, you have 3 minutes are coming up, please.
Well, I want to know, if you're going in this business, where are the records for each rental complexes regarding affordability? These should be town accessible and in one central place, so we have it current and accurate and accountability. I also want to know the questions that I think you need to answer is, if a person runs into trouble paying for their rent, such as happened during COVID in many instances, and they get evicted, will the balance of the 40 years still be retained as an affordable apartment? The second question is, if the apartments switch over to condos, does this break the affordable agreement? The third question is, since Ames Developments was approved ahead of this, would we get credit for those affordable apartments ahead of this? And I think they told me the answer was no. I think I heard that in a lecture. And I think the thing that concerns me the most about this unit, as it's proposed, is it exhibits several safety and water questions. To rent to any person, whether it be affordable or traditional, is to risk the question of equality when comparing these units to other units that don't have these problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Some other papers in the back that I didn't cover.
Okay, thank you. I received some documents. I will see that the commission gets them as well as the applicant. Next speaker, Ed Ciccarello, 40 Riverview.
I forgot to tell you, I am pro-affordable housing. After all that.
Ed Ciccarello, 40 Riverview Road. I see three distinct bodies here tonight. The developer who has presented a very insightful plan, very good plan. The public who has offered already, I think, some modifications to that plan, and you, the commissioners. And I think what I'd like to just say is that because of the affordable housing statute, I think the commissioners probably are best at looking at the word modification. So I agree with a lot of the things that other speakers have brought up. Parking is certainly an issue. I applaud the developers' sustainability concept, the innovation, the net zero-ness of this all. I mean, we have to applaud that and be thankful for that, for pursuing those things. Some of the things I'm just going to ask right now is, if we're building sidewalks, new sidewalks, we have banding on our Silasene streetscape, the brick banding. Perhaps that could be a modification that they could add that if this were to pass. The trees, I noticed there were 2 street trees. I loved when I heard the word street trees. I don't know if we can get more street trees, but more is better when it comes to planting. Somebody asked for a peer review in regards to traffic. I think if that's a possibility. My question would be in regards to fire already, can you answer the question? Has it been, I know that police have to sign off and fire have to sign off. Has this been signed off already on the fire marshal? Bike racks, I don't know if there were any bike racks at all, but we might as well ask for that because, we're looking at sustainability. And so, and then lastly, I just want to say, since this is coming under the affordable housing statute, let's look at Rocky Hill's track record in regards to that. In 2017, we were at 4.86. That's where we were. Of course, the state wants us to be above 10%, right? In 2017, we were 4.86. The last recorded one, and I think it was 2021, was 5.13. So Rocky Hill has increased 0.26% of 1%. So a quarter of 1%. That's how much we have done in 5 years. If this proposal were to go through, we would add 9 to that, and we would add 0.1, a tenth of 1% if this were to go through. So if we're talking about affordable housing, we want to increase things. I watched our town attorney's presentation on affordable housing, and he said we can ask. So I asked the developer, perhaps instead of 30%, maybe we can make 40% affordable housing. That would be 12 units. Or maybe they can go to 50% affordable housing, which would be then 15 units. So those are my questions. Again, I think the bottom line for you and the challenge for us all is within the modification. So thank you.
Thank you.
Last on the list, Peter Trudeau, 15 Brookwood Drive.
Peter Trudeau, 15 Brookwood Drive, Apartment B. All of my questions and concerns seem to have been answered by the previous people coming up, the residents. After seeing the footprint and the plan, it's obviously there's a parking issue. There's nobody has one car in this world today. Very few people have one car. Then the issues with deliveries, et cetera. They're all very legitimate concerns. I admire Vessel for their plan to help Rocky Hill develop a community of lower or better priced housing, et cetera. But I don't think this proposal is correct for this location. It's like putting a 30 blocks into a 15-block box. It just doesn't fit. So I would ask the committee to deny this application and reconsider a modified application, something smaller, and maybe even rezone this property for business only. That's my concerns, and have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes. Yes.
You're down to 13 now. Walk faster.
Charlie Wisnowski, 670 Old Main Street, Rocky Hill. The plans is submitted. My observation is on sheet, I think, SP-1, in the zoning enforcement or regulation box in the upper left, under the regulation submitted, the affordable housing, trees, it says none or 0. In the landscape plan, it shows at the entrance on the north side of the entrance, on the east side of the building, I believe it shows 2 trees at that location, 5 altogether. But then in the elevations provided, the proposed building and pictures of different colors at the end of the plans, they show 3 or 4 trees in some of the locations. Whatever the commission does, eventually the number of trees ought to be identified so the developer couldn't go back and say, well, we showed in the zoning box 0. We don't have to put any in. I don't know how that all works. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This to Kim to submit.
Anyone else who would like to address to the commission
I
in the
received,
public?
just so you know, I received another document. I will make copies for the commission and the applicant.
Thank you. Anyone else? Going once, twice. What I would do is probably open up the questions to the commission so that you don't have to come back and forth.
For the record, Andrea Gomes, counsel for the applicant. Mr. Chairman, I defer to you, whatever you'd prefer to do. Typically, we say we request that we be allowed to just respond to some of the public comment because it just recently happened. It's fresh in everyone's memory, and the responses may honestly answer some of the commissioner's questions. However, I know Open Space did this. If the commission would prefer to ask their questions, and we'll try and keep track, we can certainly do that. We usually find a dialogue back and forth with the commission a little bit more useful. So,
why don't you go ahead?
Okay.
Respond to one.
I know Mr. Levy wanted to address at least a couple of the comments. Did you want to go first? Okay. Ooh, apologies. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll just state there were a lot of questions and a lot of comments that came through from the public. As I mentioned at the beginning of our presentation, we will be responding to a lot of questions and comments both from the public and the commission, likely in writing in advance of the next meeting. But just to address some of the so-called low-hanging fruit while we're here, there was a lot of discussion about parking. So we have 31 bedroom units. There's 33 spots. I will note, and this I hope concludes the discussion about parking, Public Act 2129, passed in 2021, provides that zoning regulations cannot provide for more than 1 parking space per 1 bedroom dwelling unit. And we have in excess of that. And that's unless the commission or the town opts out, which my understanding is Rocky Hill has not opted out of that. Even that being said, because this is an 830G application, we don't have to comply with underlying parking standards. It just has to go back to substantial public health and safety, for which no substantial public health and safety concerns have arisen here due to the number of parking spaces. I will also note, just practically speaking, no one has a greater interest in ensuring that a community is properly parked than the developer owner. If you do not have a properly parked, and when I say properly parked, enough parking spaces, adequately sized, correctly located, circulation in the parking lot, if you do not have a properly designed parking lot, you have upset tenants who don't want to live on the property. And that obviously impedes and can hurt a developer's business. So no one has a greater interest here than ensuring that development is parked correctly than Vessel itself. I am going to address Ms. Palazzolo actually asked some very interesting questions, and I appreciate the opportunity to address some of them with respect to the affordability plan and how that works from just an administrative perspective. So I think it was at tab 9 of our August submission, we included that affordability plan I mentioned. That's essentially the rule book for how to administer this. The way it works is that once the building is, we'll say, gearing up to start leasing, so toward the end of construction, close to the completion of construction, we finalize that building plan, right, because it is based on income numbers that change every year. So we finalize that affordability plan, not building plan, excuse me, and we submit it to staff, and it's usually a condition of approval that the commission requires the final affordability plan be submitted to staff. The commission will note in the affordability plan that there will be an administrator who is tasked with monitoring and keeping track of the affordable units, ensuring that the required paperwork is submitted by the tenants to comply with their the income levels, and ensuring that's renewed every year. That is provided to the town, to the commission through the town every year, and the commission retains its authority to request, essentially on demand, that paperwork. So you'll be getting yearly reports via town staff on the applicant's compliance with the affordability rules for this development, and the commission retains the authority to request those on demand. So if a complaint is made, the commission can do that. I'll also note that the town retains its zoning enforcement authority. So if at some time the applicant, as it would for any development plan, right, putting affordability aside, if you approve a development and the developer for whatever XYZ proposal doesn't comply with the development as approved or changes things without the commission or town's permission, you have zoning enforcement authority to enforce the approved plan. Ms. Palazzolo also asked about, I believe it was, what happens when an affordable unit, that tenant leaves, or, sometimes there's a change in circumstances where they start making more money and they no longer comply with the maximum income restrictions. And what happens in that situation is what we call the next available unit rule. So the the applicant will have the tenant, let's say there's a change in circumstances, they make more money, they no longer qualify for an affordable unit. It does not make good public policy, nor does 830G require that you evict that tenant because they had a happy change in circumstances. What the applicant is required to do is to just reserve the next available unit for an affordable unit. And that still ensures overall compliance with the requirements of 830G. And that's precisely why an applicant builds its units with minimum standards, so that if the affordable units are switching throughout the 40-year affordability period, it really, and the regulations require, it makes sense that the units are all similar in construction. So that was on the affordability. There was a question about from Mr. Ciccarello about the street trees. Again, I know that Mr. Wisnowski also mentioned that our zoning table noted 0 street trees. That was an oversight. Again, we have incorporated, I believe it was those 16 trees I mentioned at the beginning. The summary is at tab 1 of that October 14th supplemental materials. We incorporated street trees into the plan at the request of town staff. The zoning table was an oversight. We can certainly correct that for the next meeting. And then I think the last thing I'm going to address before I actually hand it over to Mr. Dion, just to address traffic for one moment, and then Mr. Levy, is the level of affordability, so the 30% set aside. The way 830G works for a set-aside development is that the market rate rents help offset the lowered rents for the affordable units. So when a developer is coming forward with a proposal for a certain number of units, they have taken the time, of course, as you can imagine, to do that calculation, to do that math about what works for a particular site. So in this instance, the 30 units with the 9 set aside, that's all that's required by state law. 830G just requires that 30%, does not require more, 30% for 40 years. And the developer here has determined that that's what works financially for the site. So it's what 830G requires, and respectfully, that's what we're sticking with. With that, I know there was a lot more that was discussed here. Much of that, I will say, was building code questions or code compliance questions that are not for planning and zoning. They really come before the building official at the building permit stage. But with that, I'll hand it over to Mr. Dion to just quickly address the impact of the Ames development, if anything, and then Mr. Levy will come up to address a few of the comments.
Thank you. Again, for the record, Mike Dion with BL Companies. We did consider the Ames development. We were aware of that. That development has already been through the town of Rocky Hill's permitting process. It is going through the DOT, the Office of State Traffic Administration process. So any mitigation that they have to make for their site, such as signalizing their driveway at Garden Street, that's all been vetted by the town and the state. So when we looked at this, our 12 cars in the PM and 11 cars in the AM are not going to impact the level of service or traveling public at all compared to what they were doing there. So it's not, our site's not going to make it any worse just based on the fact that it's such low volume. And any impact that they had to mitigate is going to have to be done before they finally open.
Thank you, Mike. And then with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll just hand it over to Mr. Levy, if that's okay.
Okay.
Good evening again. I wanted to take a minute to acknowledge the comments from community members and thank people for coming out and providing their comments. Clearly there's a lot of very intelligent, thoughtful people who have looked at the materials and who have provided a great deal of thought on them. To that end, I hope that it's clear that we have done the same. But I also heard a number of comments about the idea of I support affordable housing. I've been in affordable housing for over 20 years. I'm an expert in the field. I was an attorney who represented the largest syndicator of low-income housing tax credits in the country. I ran special servicing for the largest syndicator of tax credit equity financing and buyer of multifamily tax-exempt revenue bonds. And I've developed in excess of 5,000 units that were subsidized by low-income housing tax credits, project-based Section 8, and tax-exempt multifamily revenue bonds in more than 3 states. The typical affordable housing unit today, depending on which state you're in, costs between $250,000 and $800,000 to produce, the 800 being in Los Angeles. There's a limited subsidy in tax credits. There's a limited subsidy across the country in order to produce those units. So when somebody says, let's restrict everything to 25% of median income or make this all Chaffa housing, it doesn't take into account that it's not possible. There's not enough subsidy to go around, and Chaffa housing is not all 25% AMI. But more importantly, affordable housing isn't about supporting it theoretically. It's about supporting it in reality.
Please.
And the reason we don't have housing that's more affordable is because every time a housing property is to get done, people want it to be exactly as they imagine it in their minds, which I understand. I don't discount that desire. But we've seen throughout history what's happened with housing. Housing continues to increase in cost. Rents continue to increase. There's no abatement of this. It's gone up. Even during this period of COVID when, we thought that maybe housing costs would actually abate, it just continued to go up. A huge part of that is supply. There's just not enough supply in the market. The other part is how expensive it is to produce housing. The reality is that, developers need to make a certain return on the capital they put into a building, and so they just keep increasing rents. What we've set out to do is to produce housing that's affordable and to look at the housing as a whole so that all of our units can be for people who are in this group of missing middle. One person said that, we should produce affordable housing that is, of the same level as other housing in a community. What I would like you to think about is this, is that, to my knowledge, there is no housing that could possibly be safer than this housing. We're a steel building. We're fully sprinklered. We're fully alarmed. We have the most advanced life safety systems. There's no housing in this community or in any community that I know of that has air monitoring and purification so that the air that people are breathing is healthy and safe. There's no housing that I know of where when people leave, their bathrooms are sterilized so that they have safe, clean bathrooms. There's no housing where the materials are antimicrobial and hypoallergenic so that people have safe housing. There's no housing that I know of that's been built in this market or in any nearby market where the smart home technology allows people to stream music in their houses or to control their lights to any color that they want or have light therapy during the winter months. I think that what I hope people understand is that the goal of what we've tried to create is to do something that is of the highest quality while still allowing people to have a home that they can afford. And I acknowledge that that means that there's a lack of customization around the way the building looks, and that that's unusual. It's unusual in housing, it's unusual historically in housing. But in order to change a paradigm, you have to do something that's unusual. There's plenty of industries where we've done it and done it successfully. If you go to buy a car and you go to Toyota, they tell you the models, they all look the same, you buy the model, you like it. If you don't, you go over and you buy a model at Honda. If you go to buy a flat screen TV, if you go to buy a computer, these are all standardized things we've come to expect. No different than a suit. If we all went to buy a suit, most of us go and buy an off-the-rack suit at a store. That suit can be extraordinarily high quality, it's lovely, it can have nice fabric, it might fit wonderfully. But we don't go buy bespoke suits because they're extraordinarily expensive and they're not made for regular people. And housing has become a bespoke product in every deal. And that nature of being bespoke has resulted in extraordinary costs, the same way a bespoke suit or a customized car or anything else would be extraordinarily high costs also. And so I realize that some of the things that we present are different. They require people to take, in some ways, a leap of faith as to how will this fit into our community. And while I can't say, anything for certain, what I can say is that, modern, simple design has shown itself to fit into every community in every instance throughout history. There's modern design buildings lining the streets of Paris, one of the most historical cities in the world. There's modern design buildings in New York City where there's extraordinarily historic buildings right next door. One of the most significant identifications of modern architecture is the Louvre building that IMP put in front of one of the most historic buildings ever. And in fairness, while I do not pretend to compare my design to that of a genius, what I do know is that people at the time thought it was atrocious. They thought it was an abomination. They were very disappointed with the fact that a big rectangular pyramid structure would go in front of that old, gorgeous building. And yet today it's a monument. And so the same is true of many, many modern buildings that have come over time. The Guggenheim in New York City, and many others. And it's even true of communities like Saratoga, where they've integrated modern design buildings into what is a very historic community. There's no guarantees, obviously, and I certainly can't tell anybody what to think. but I think there's many instances where modern design has been seamlessly input into a community, and over time where it's come to be appreciated rather than hated, so to speak. I also think that, it's important to look at, sort of what the optimal goals of housing are. And so, while nobody is ever going to like the way everything looks, and I can't control people's opinions, what I can hope is that we think about the fact that, we're going to produce 30 units for teachers and municipal employees and other people who need housing in a community. And we're going to do it in a way where they have the safest, healthiest, sustainable, energy efficient, delightful living experience possible. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Mr. Chairman, again, Andre Gomes, for the record, turn it over to you and the rest of the commission.
Yep. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I do have correspondence that is also considered public input.
Okay.
So you may want to, I have provided you copies. You may want to address those too, but I will read them for the record.
Absolutely. So, Mr. Chairman, I will sit down so that Ms. Ricci can read those. I think the correspondence that was submitted, a lot of it is duplicative of what we heard during public comment. So as of right now, I'll just say we don't have anything further to add in response at this time, but of course we reserve the right to respond in writing in advance of the next meeting. So I'll take a seat and then you can call me back up, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thanks.
Okay. We do have correspondence that we had received September 16th from Mr. Wisnowski. He did get up to speak this evening. I will note it for the record. So that was dated from September 16th. We do have correspondence received from Bridget Rodriguez. It was received October 11th. And it was odd. It was addressed to Robert Alvarado in Engineering Department, but it's about today's meeting. Proposed 5-story residential building located 2369 Main Street. Dear Robert, in response to the notice we received regarding the proposed 5-story building at 2369 Main Street, we are writing to express concerns. We do not in any way object to the use of apartments in that location. However, we feel the 5-story building to be too dense for that size property. The proposed design of the building needs much more architectural detail. The current design is very industrial looking. If you have any questions, please feel free to call me. It's from L. Livingston Morris, member at 2346 Silestein, LLC. Email from Alan Baglia, dated October 14th, 2022. Herewith sharing written comments and to state for the public record my support for housing at 2369 Main Street. Please share it with those who may wish to read this. I had a brief conversation with an unnamed employee at OC Kitchen who said that the restaurant is not a walk-to destination. That is to imply that only customers that frequent OC Kitchen arrive by private car. That narrow condition is a liability for any business. This can truly be a walkable Main Street. Walkable streets are good for these businesses and have been decimated since March 2020. Those opposed to new housing forget that these businesses will thrive with more neighbors that can walk to OC Kitchen, CVS, Whole Deli, and thanks to the new Silestein Street sidewalk treatments, indeed, Chuck's Steakhouse, Saybrook Fish House, and beyond. No more can we accept the dangers or risks or loss of life just for walking across a town street. It is my hope that community members can embrace a pedestrian-friendly town center and accept that more neighbors are a positive social, cultural, and economic benefit. I'm fairly new to Rocky Hill. I know what it is like to be welcomed, and I in turn welcome new neighbors. Please accept the site plan application from Vessel RE Holdings, ID 10080, for housing at 2369 Main Street. Correspondence from Gerald Lettieri at 132 Old Main Street, dated October 17th, 2022. Rocky Hill Planning and Zoning meeting October 19, 2022. We are not in favor of the proposed use of the property at 2369 Main Street, Rocky Hill, Connecticut. I received this. It's from Rhonda Genet at 18 Elm Street. Although I am not able to attend the Planning and Zoning meeting of October 19th, 2022, I have questions and concerns and would like to read this into the record. What building material will be used on the outside of this building as well as the framing of it? Wood, concrete, metal? 2, Josh Levy states we try to use sustainable materials wherever we can. Specifically to this job, what materials are you talking about? 3, Matt Bruton stated during September wetlands meeting that no solar panels would be used. During his introduction, Josh Levy stated we supplement energy costs with solar technology on the roof. Can I get clarification, please? This building is completely electric. Is it going to have panels to offset some of this, or is it completely taking off the grid? 4, is there any type of backup emergency generator to the building? 5, how many trash collecting pails will there be? How many recycling pails will there be? 6, specifically, how many trees will be removed from this site? I've heard Mr. Logan respond nearly all of them. Can you specify a number? As forested wetlands off-site will suffer impact from this loss, can we get trees flagged? 7, will there be emergency overflow system in place for stormwater management detention system? What prevents this detention system from freezing in the winter? What will it be made of? If not, then what material? 8, will this water detention system be maintained by the part-time in-house caretaker as well? 9, is there any concern for emergency vehicles, specifically an ambulance having to make a K-type turn in a life and death situation, provided no one is illegally parked in the stone mulch in front of the wetlands? 10, how many fire exits are there? Where are they located? 11, P&Z 7.B.4.21D, in regards to shared parking, is there a letter on record showing why shared parking is not feasible? Considering most couples have 2 cars, this poses an undue burden on the neighboring businesses, as was the case when wetlands walkthrough occurred earlier this month. I will be able to watch the recording of the meeting, so I will hear the responses to this letter. I would ask that a copy of the application for intervenor status be emailed to me at the email address. October 19, letter received today. My name is Michelle Forte. I reside at 2360 Main Street, Village Center Condominiums. As an owner of Unit 101, president of the association, I'm representing all unit owners concerning the proposed construction of a 5-story residential building at 2369 Main Street. We are urging the Commission to deny this application as allowed by CGS 830G. The decision is necessary to protect substantial public interest in health, safety, or other matters which the Commission may legally consider. The proposal for the site is overly ambitious in its attempt to squeeze every last cent out of a piece of real estate. It's apparent that for the developer to create a profit, any sense of prudent land use has been abandoned, and the surrounding neighborhood is being expected to suffer this potentially unsafe burden. Although this application is in part governed by Connecticut General Statutes 830G and technically meets some of the zoning requirements, a New York City high-rise apartment development on half-an-acre lot in this location was never imagined by the Commission when the regulations were last visited. Unlike a single-family or low-rise development, there is no front or side yard offsets to accommodate any overflow parking, and the fact that 830G is invoked is no reason to compromise public welfare for a development that would never have been allowed otherwise. The proposal shoehorns 5-story building plus 33 parking spaces into a half-acre property. This accommodates a bit over 1 parking space per unit in units that could well be housing 2 people, even making the case that some of the units might have occupants with no automobiles. The current unusual proposal has an adequate number of parking spaces. Consider a common sense scenario that 1/3 of the units have no automobiles, another third have 1, and the remaining third have 2 automobiles. This would create a permanent requirement for 30 parking spaces. If on the weekends or holidays, or even after work, 1/3 of the units hosted visitors with each of the single automobiles, the total parking spaces required in this very modest estimate would be 40. Where would the overflow parking be accommodated? There is no on-street parking on that section of Main Street, and such parking would be hazardous. Public safety demands further study concerning the safe development of a project of this nature, i.e. high-rise residential on minimal land. It is us, the residents of the area, that must live with and pay for the long-term consequences of the decision made by this Commission. We already have enough concerns for our safety and welfare without any of the added problems created by overly ambitious developments that squeeze every penny out of a plot of land without concern for those who must live and bear the consequences. And protecting us from the consequences is the main purpose of the elected government and this commission. And that is it.
Thank you. All right. I'm going to open up the questions to the commission members. Commissioner Zarelli?
How are you? Couple questions, and then I'll pass on here. In past non-binding meetings, you talked about the color of the building and that, quote-unquote, we can pick it. Does that still exist, and is that still an option? Or are we still looking at the design building in the color depicted in the renderings? Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I apologize, Commissioner.
good.
Do you want me to answer them as they come up, or do you want to run through?
Doesn't matter to me. I'm
Okay.
easy.
Okay. Well, I will look to Mr. Levy. My understandings from our conversations is that we are open to a discussion about the color. I will say there is the consideration. Let me back up for a second. So Vessel had proposed a building, I believe right now it looks to be in the gray family, the gray, the slightly off-white family. I believe that Vessel is willing to engage in a discussion with the commission about the color, keeping in mind for the commission that with supply chain demand issues and the types of materials that we're using here, that will limit us. Not that the commission would pick lime green or something like that, but just something to keep in mind. So yes, we're open to discussion, but keeping in mind we are somewhat
Crossing
limited.
off lime green, so.
Okay.
In doing research on Vessel and the technology and everything else, I noticed that you guys are considering technically the same building and technically the same site plan in Hamden with 31 units, Glastonbury 44 units, New Haven 27 units. It seems to be right on par with 30%, give or take, a percentage because of the way the math works out. Why 30 here? Was it just math, or did the wetlands make you go to the height of the building that you had to do? Can you take us through the process, and it can be in writing, or can you take us through the process, why 30 units and why 5 stories versus, was it just basically to put it into the lot with the wetlands and everything else compared to, an acre in Hamden and they're spreading it out, and 44 units in Glastonbury where they're doing something different? I was wondering if you could take us through that.
Sure, and I'll start the answer, and then I'll look to Mr. Levy if he wants to supplement it. So there are a lot of factors that go into considering, into putting a development plan together. Part of it is certainly the site. So we have wetlands on the back, the southwest corner, the back left corner when you pull into the property. So taking that into consideration, that's obviously a big portion of it because that limits, in theory, what you can do on the property. With the financial aspects of constructing a building, what works financially? That's part of the analysis. That's a large part of the analysis, as you heard Mr. Levy talk about what it costs to construct these units and ultimately having to make sure it balances out with the affordability. My understanding, and it was a colleague of mine who was involved at the time, but my understanding is that there were discussions, informal discussions with town staff, and there was a pre-application before the commission talking about site layout, where the building was located, and what the commission has before it, we believe, was the optimal site layout in terms of where the building's located and how parking is. So that is part of it. It's a multi-factor approach. That's part of the analysis. Josh, do you have anything to add to that?
Sure, happy to. So 2 things. One, on the question of color, certainly happy to have input on it. Andrea did reference supply chain, so there are always limitations on what we can get at any given time, but certainly happy to to discuss it and have input there. With respect to the development plan itself, so you're correct. The site plan that we propose here is very similar, if not exact, to the site plan in Hamden. Which is almost exactly the same size site, where it has 30 units, and that had fewer, maybe only 30 parking spaces because the site laid out slightly differently. The answer is, to a certain extent, a few things. One is, yes, the site, the location of the building on the site was based on feedback we had received from staff. We had shown different depictions of the building. Matt put together, Mr. Bruton put together a few different site plans, one with the building in the back, one with the building in the front. And the feedback we got was that having a building at the front of the site when trying to create a Main Street feeling was more in keeping with a Main Street rather than having parking in the front of a building. We happen to agree for purposes of design, but that was part of the reason why it was chosen there. And then the overall, in terms of other buildings or other sites, certainly we try to, look at other sites when we see them and look at the size of the site, the width of the site, where parking is going to be located, what the particular street looks like. Is it in a downtown location, or is it in an even more suburban location because it's off of a main street, and try to look about site plan, height, size, in keeping with that. So yes, some of our buildings are wider and produce more units and such from that perspective. But we do try to spend a lot of time sort of studying the site, working with our civil engineers, trying to get some feedback from town staff and things like that in terms of the overall goal for the area.
Just a couple more. We see there are some comments from staff, but I don't know this, and maybe it's a question for you, Kim. Was the fire marshal consulted, and is there a plan for fire apparatus for this building, knowing that it's fully sprinkled, everything else? That means there has to be connections outside, and how it all, I was wondering if we can get either a sign off or a statement from the fire marshal.
The fire marshal has checked off on, the fire marshal receives a site plan as any application comes in, they get one. They have approved that. I did have a telephone conversation with the fire chief. Keep in mind, fire marshal is prevention. Fire chief actually deals with firefighting. I have seen and witnessed other fires being fought along Silestine Highway, and as he indicated, apparatus would be staged on Silestine, not directly in front of the structure, but to either side, to the nearest, fairly close proximity to the nearest fire hydrant. So that is not an issue. A fire truck would not enter the site.
And the 50-foot height is not a big deal for?
No. We have buildings in town that are that high.
Okay, just making sure, because it's 45 feet in the zone, that's why. I know it doesn't matter for this
That's
application, but I just want to throw it out. And my last question before I pass it on, one of my questions, I think it was passed on, but you are an all-electric building. Is there a backup generator on site? And if so, are you bringing in natural gas for that, or are you going to have standing diesel to run it?
I'm going to ask Mr. Bruton to come up and talk about that. Or no, Mr. Levy?
There's no backup generator.
No backup generator.
Thank you very much.
There is solar on the roof, but no backup.
Solar on the roof, but no
Okay.
backup generator, just for the recording.
Okay. I'm all set for now.
Commissioner Glico?
A lot of questions have been answered already, but I did have a couple small questions. This might have been said, but I didn't see anything on the plans. Trash.
So the trash, and I don't have the benefit of my PowerPoint anymore, but if the commission looks at the building, there is a bit of a jog on the northwest side of the building. If you're looking, it's the top left corner of the building, excuse me. That jog right there, there will be trash enclosures that are stagnant, they are attractive, and there will be, it's not a dumpster, it's more residentially sized bins. They're not the residential bins that you have at your house, but they are smaller bins located along that area within that jog. I apologize, I don't have the PowerPoint anymore to point
Okay,
the
so
commission.
how would those be picked up?
I'll look to, they open and then trash will come on site and take the receptacles. Oh, thank you.
So is that through the town, or is that going to be private?
That will, we believe it's town. I'm looking to Mr. Levy, just for the record. I believe it's town.
Okay. Maintenance, is it in-house? Maintaining the property? Like landscaping, snow removal? repairs?
I'll have Mr. Levy answer that.
Some of it is in-house. We have a team of people within our organization who are construction and maintenance experts. The caretaker is also trained for purposes of maintenance on the building and is responsible for certain maintenance. And then obviously there are third parties who will be part of the maintenance of the building for purpose of maintaining things like the stormwater system. Some of the landscaping may be done by a third party. Snow removal could be done by a third party. It would really depend on the caretaker for certain aspects of it. So, we've had buildings where caretakers have their own snow blower and they're able to take care of smaller snows. When it gets into larger snows, we need to hire somebody to come in and take care of them. Obviously, if you exceed the snow that you can store on the site, then you have to deal with taking the snow somewhere else. So it would just depend on which aspects of it. But yes, we have systems and training programs and quality control manuals and things like that set up for purposes of all different types of maintenance.
Parking in reference to electric vehicle, is there any intent to have like a charging station?
I don't believe any are shown on the site plan right now.
Correct.
There aren't any on the site plan right now. We have looked at them in conjunction with other properties before, and we could certainly look at something like that if it's, important to the commission.
No, I just was wondering if there's, because everything else seems to be high-end, so I was just concerned because that is the direction a lot of people are going.
We'll take a look at that, Commissioner.
Last question. We brought this up at the last presentation, was combining the entrance or the properties with the adjacent properties. They were talking about talking to the adjacent property owners to see if there was a way to incorporate the entrance, combine the entrance, but I'm not sure if that would work here because you might lose parking spaces or gain parking spaces. I'm not sure. Has any conversation?
So my understanding is there's been no conversation with the abutting property owner. When you're talking about combining entrances, you're talking about negotiating cross easements with the abutting property owner, and it gets much more legally complicated and a longer approvals process. There's been no discussion. It's frankly not something that we think the site can accommodate because of parking and circulation as proposed.
That's all I got.
And the wetlands on site, as Mr. Levy just reminded me, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the first question is in regards to traffic. Previously, one of the things that we had seen, and I believe it was in conclusion to the report, there was a limited right-in, right-out driveway. Is that correct? Can we talk about that a little bit? Because we haven't seen this in the plan, and it is part of the report that was given to the commission previously. I don't know if we can address that.
Commissioner, I'm going to ask Mr. Dion to come up. He's our traffic engineer. He'll be able to address that.
Sure. We actually would look at all aspects of the access into it. Full access being rights in, rights out, lefts in, lefts out. And, going through the DOT process will be where that will be finalized. But actually, what we were looking at for this is a full access driveway in and out.
Okay. The only reason I said it was based on the report in the conclusion.
Yeah, that was an early on thought we were having until we looked at the sightlines in more detail.
Even though everything is kind of verbatim as to what you had talked about.
That's
Everything
correct.
is the same except for the limited right-in, right-out driveway will provide safe ingress and egress to the site for the proposed development.
That is correct, yes. So we're looking at a full access driveway for this.
Okay. Next question I have is in regards to, obviously, the density in the parking lot. It's come up quite a bit. I know Commissioner Glico had mentioned where the location for the trash bins were. Obviously, parking is extremely limited. One question, it's kind of multifaceted here. picking up the garbage. The garbage containers it looks like there's possibly 3 parking spots in front of those trash receptacles, if I'm looking at it correctly. So I just don't know what size these are. Is this something that's picked up from a truck? Is it hand-picked? So it's smaller? So the town is doing hand garbage pickup? I just want to, what I don't want to do is, you've got limited parking as it is. So now a garbage truck pulls in, needs to pick up garbage, and if it's mechanically picked up, how do they access those bins? That's part of it. The other part is, and I had talked about the snow shelf earlier, and it was certainly addressed. It looks like it's in the upper quadrant of the parcel.
Correct.
There's approximately 7 or 8 parking spots that would impede that snow shelf. So if we were to get a massive blizzard and everyone was stationed inside their apartment, how exactly do you access that snow shelf? The other, let's see, trash. One thing, and I think someone from the audience, I think Charlie had mentioned, if you could take us through, if an Amazon truck were to go into the site, can they make, if all 33 parking spots are occupied, because we have to assume the worst, can they feasibly make a turnaround in the parking lot and not have to reverse back onto Main Street? Another, a little side one, obviously the building is pretty close to Silestein Highway. Windows are pretty massive on that east side. Don't know if any glare, I don't know if there's any tall proposed trees in front of the building to block the building. I don't know if there'd be any consideration for glare. During winter, sun is kind of lower, so there could be glare hitting larger windows that could impede on any cars traveling southbound on Silestein. I guess the last big one I have, Josh, this might be directed for you. I certainly I applaud you for all of the energy efficiency, home automation. I'm an advocate for that as well. Part of the mission, and we received it in our packet, is to offer each person equal opportunity, and it goes on and says, providing access to homes that are exciting, sustainable, and attainably priced. So, and I think someone in the crowd had mentioned it as well. I know according to 830G, we can't ask for more than that, but based on Vessel's mission, would it be okay to ask for more units to be deemed as affordable based on your mission?
So Commissioner, I'm going to try and run through these. If I
Absolutely.
skip one.
Absolutely. Go
Please
right
let me
ahead.
know.
Thank you.
And so with respect to garbage, because they are enclosed receptacles that open up and because there is parking in front, I would presume that they are hand picked up and brought to the truck. That would be something that certainly Vessel, the applicant, would coordinate with the garbage company. If it's not something that can be accommodated by the town of Rocky Hill, then of course trash needs to be handled. There would be provision made for a private trash company to come and do that as needed to haul trash away from the site. The snow shelf. Again, I understand that the commission needs to presume the worst. Many people envision when they're looking at a multifamily community, they're always considering that the parking lot is always going to be 100% full. That's very rarely the case. That being said, let's say hypothetically there was a major nor'easter and the cars were parked in front and there was not enough access to the snow shelf to move the snow, then Vessel, as any developer would have to remove the snow off-site and truck it elsewhere. And that's something that would be coordinated, probably, I assume, with the caretaker, who would then contact Vessel and coordinate that with a third-party company. I'm sorry, it's late. A third-party company to truck that off-site. Truck circulation for deliveries, I will look to, I believe, Mr. Bruton for that. My understanding is that trucks, and keep in mind also, I know people are envisioning these giant Amazon 18-wheelers. That's not really the case anymore. There's, I think there was a Toyota Corolla at my house yesterday dropping things off from Amazon. So we're talking about smaller vehicles more frequently, but I believe that they do a K-turn on site without issue, correct?
Obviously, for commercial or retail or restaurant development, you're looking for a dedicated loading space, 18-wheelers that are coming daily or weekly. Obviously, not the case here, looking at the smaller size thing. So, we have 3 extra spaces, right? And as Andrea said, no, full vacancy is not an expectation. So obviously, they'd be using kind of the K-turn configuration to get in and out of the site. I know when Amazon comes to my house, they're in and out quite quickly, so it's not a detriment to, blocking my driveway or my neighbor's driveway. It's to be a similar situation here, being able to turn on site. And obviously, the orientation of the parking lot was a desire during the preliminary conversations with the town to have the building up front and parking on the side and rear. So that's kind of, an operation of the site that we need to work with to make it functional with the neighborhood.
The next question, Commissioner, was a question about window glare along the street. Frankly, I'm just not positive. We'll take a look at that. We'll look at the street trees that are proposed out front, and we'll take a look at the window glare and the materials that will be used, and see if that presents an issue. So we'll get back to the Commission on that. And then affordability of all the units. We will take a look at that. I'll discuss that with Mr. Levy. I will say that Vessel's business model is, of course, we have the 9 units which will be deed restricted in accordance with 830G, but the remaining units are all going to be priced within the range of moderate income households. They won't be deed restricted in terms of 830G, but they're still going to be accessible and still still hit that missing middle that Mr. Levy talked about at the beginning of the presentation. So we will discuss it more formally offline and get back to the Commission on that.
Great, thank you.
I think I got them all.
You did.
Okay,
Thank you.
good.
Mr. Lego?
Sure. Yeah, a lot of my comments have already been asked and answered in some cases, but I just had a couple of questions. I appreciate the renderings that were done on tab 5 in the handout that was provided. Clearly a 5-story building here would be out of character with what's being planned in the area and what currently exists. And in terms of the rendering, it would be helpful if you could go out and mark the trees that are going to be removed on the property so that the Commission can take a look and verify the accuracy of the renderings that have been provided to date. Because I didn't see anything on the plans that showed the trees. Maybe you have that as a layer in the CAD file, I don't know, but that would also be helpful too, to show them on the plans. And the other thing is there were no renderings provided I'd like to see renderings along Ashwell and along the south side of Elm Street as well.
So perspectives of the property, Commissioner, of what our property looks like.
From Ashwell and from the south side of Elm Street as you're approaching Silas Dean, just before the cleaners.
Okay.
So that's my question about the renderings. The other question I had was, and I appreciate your discussion about the parking spaces. That's been discussed a lot today. But I was just wondering, where did you come up with 1 space per unit? Is that because that's what's minimally required by state law now, or is that based on some data that you have from other project developments in similar settings?
So I'll ask Mr. Levy to answer that. I will agree with you, Commissioner, that is that's the minimum or the maximum that's required by state law.
Maximum, right.
Yes, but I will have Mr. Levy talk about the data.
Yes, certainly, will not address the legality of it because that's for others to talk about, but I do refer also to IT data, which shows that typically one-bedroom apartments actually constitute, and I'm going to forget the exact number, so forgive me, but it's something between 0.75 and 0.85 spots per one-bedroom unit on a national standard for IT data, based on similar locations without access to train stations. So we look at, are we near a train station? Are we near a bus stop? What part of town are we in? And then we look at the size of the units that we're building and the configuration of the units that we're building, along obviously what the legal components are on top of that. And then look at, historically what we've seen throughout our developments, with respect to, smaller size apartment units and how many cars are utilized based on locations that they've been in. And, then of course would factor in, the availability of other public parking in the area, not particularly relevant to this location, but, some of our locations are near public lots or other things like that where, that would come into play as well. So we try to look at all those things and refer to the IT data for purposes of trying to inform that.
Okay, thank you. Another question about parking. Will these spaces be numbered? For example, if you live in Unit 5A, will you have a dedicated parking space for Unit 5A? Or is it just going to be general admission, so to speak?
My understanding is general admission. I'm looking at Mr. Levy for that.
Yeah, it's dependent on the development that we've looked at. In some cases, we will actually number and do, dedicated units to everybody so that there's no confusion as to where people should park. In other instances, we have been, some of that also depends on, what we see in terms of demand for cars. If we end up in a situation where, the 30% units that are deed restricted, where we have less cars by virtue of that, we might keep more open or something to that effect in order to allow for, more flow on the parking side as well. So we look at both and, try to take into account also what we're seeing in terms of demand. In a development like this, we very well likely may end up numbering the spots and making them specific to the units because of the specific number of them to the number of units.
If I can suggest just one thing to capture the answers, if he can speak in the microphone, because,
Absolutely. I'm never told that I'm not loud enough, but okay.
No,
I apologize, Mr. Chairman.
Maybe, yeah. Because,
Oh, okay, thank you.
we want to make sure everything is captured.
Understood,
for the
absolutely.
public. Thank you.
I'm all set.
Commissioner, I just wanted to address one thing that you said before we move on, if I may. You did say we're happy to take a look at marking the trees that'll be removed on site. I will say that typically architectural renderings are not exact 1-for-1s on the landscaping on site. Typically, and this is just standard in the developments that we see, we don't necessarily have the renderer looking at the precise species and height and number of trees that are on site. It's just a general representation. So I just wanted to make that clear for the record. That being said, we'll look at what our landscaping plan is and see if we can more accurately approximate that.
Yeah, I understand. I appreciate that, but just do the best you can.
Understood.
Right, thank you.
Okay. Let me start off by saying that my original question at the very beginning of this was based on the agenda that we received for the September meeting that didn't specifically state that 9 apartments would be affordable and that 21 would be market apartments. So that was, I don't know if it's confused. And when we had the pre-application hearing back in July, I think it was, whenever that was, it was either implied or explicitly, I don't remember exactly, but they told us that all 30 apartments would be affordable, which is why I was confused, or maybe the application or the intent has changed. So that's why I asked that question, because now I see on the agenda it specifically says 9 apartments are affordable. So since I said that, let me go to my questions. I'm not sure if this has been answered or not, but is there going to be an on-site management, rental, or maintenance office?
There will not be an office, but there will be the community caretaker who may be someone who lives on site, but may be someone who's in the general vicinity or community. So there's not going to be a specific office, but the community caretaker might live on site. It depends on who that ends up being.
That's not definite then.
I'm sorry, Commissioner?
That's not definite then.
Correct, it's not definite.
Okay. Originally, when this was presented to us, we were told that the targeted tenants would be, they were targeting 18 to 34 years old tenants.
I was not part of that presentation, so
I know,
Commissioner,
yeah. I just saw you
hopefully I
tonight for
don't
the
look
first
like
time.
Ryan. So I'll look to Mr. Levy to just speak about the intended demographic here.
So
Just press it. Or
So the answer to that is that what we have seen and what we believe in terms of demand is that one-bedroom apartments, especially ones that are tech-enabled and that have the qualities such as ours, are often very attractive to the 18 to 34 demographic. We also think because the units have universal design and accessibility, as well as other features, that they could very well be attractive to seniors who no longer want to be in a single-family home, looking to downsize. So there's that possibility for demographic as well. Demographics of who live in a building is obviously very specific to the community and what the rental demand is at any given time. But those are two groups that we find, are often one-bedroom renters and, might be attracted to some of the qualities of the building and the design and the features.
Okay. Thank you. Is there going to be any criteria used to determine who you would lease to?
So I'm not sure exactly what the question is, so I'm going to try to answer it, and feel free to redirect me. The answer is there's a number of criteria that we use in terms of trying to determine our renter base, with respect to screening tenants, interviewing them, meeting them in person, and things like that, so that we're creating the right community within a community, and so that we have people who, are the right people for the building. Part of our mission also is to give people opportunity, within the building. So we do certain things in order to try to put renters in a better position, like reporting on-time rental payments so that they can build credit scores and things like that. We also look for other ways for people to put down tenant deposits. So normally a deposit on an apartment can be an extraordinarily, expensive endeavor, when you're moving into a unit. We utilize insurance and security products instead of having people put down cash so that they don't have to come out of pocket for those in order to make the units more accessible to people. And then from the, another perspective, what we have done is sort of eschew the typical structure of how people are leased, which is to just look at their credit score, which doesn't tell you anything about a person nor their life experiences. So normally the way systems for rentals work is that, you put somebody's information through a system, it spits out and it says, viable, not viable. We don't take that approach to tenancy. We try to look past that to say, who are the people moving in? The example that I use is somebody living in one of our buildings right now had been a young man, had health issues, ended up with a very bad credit score because of hospital bills that we all know unfortunately can become insurmountable for people if they get sick and have to go into the hospital. Had very bad credit for a number of years, actually repaid all of the bills, has a great job, trouble getting into a building, that was nice and that, where you could have a good quality of life. We spent the time to actually get to know the person and, give him an opportunity as opposed to, the other buildings that had rejected him just based on that credit score. So there is criteria, and we, sort of go out of our way to look, at the person and the individuals rather than just data on top of the data, of course.
And Commissioner, if I might add to that, for the affordable units, we are obviously required to verify income so that they meet the thresholds. So in addition to what Mr. Levy said.
Yeah, okay. Without implying that you're biased or not at all, will there be any age, marital status requirements? I mean, let's say somebody comes in to apply for an apartment. a married couple with 2 children, and they can settle for a one-bedroom apartment, which I've seen, and they can afford it, will they be allowed to lease there?
So I will jump in here. In terms of the occupancy for the number of people living in each unit, we will comply with the health code. That's really what it comes down to. I don't know that exact number right now, but we will comply with the health code. That's what we're required to do anyway. In terms of preference for marital status, age, that's illegal. So we would not be doing that either.
I didn't want to ask you if you're going to break the law.
No, I know. I just had to answer it for the record. So
exactly. Okay.
If I could just add to that, and in following up on what Attorney Gomes said, the town of Rocky Hill also has a housing standards code in the ordinances, which myself and Dave Parenberg, we both enforce, and there is an occupancy requirement. It's based upon, we have square footage occupancy requirements, and we have cubic feet of airspace requirements as well. So that will put a checks and balance on that as well.
Okay.
likely modeled after the health code. Yep.
And this gets to parking again, and that seems to be the issue. 2-car residents or a married couple with 2 cars will not be disqualified because that will exceed your parking limit, not for the unit, but for the overall development.
I would say that it really depends on the number of people with cars in a development, meaning we will only provide each unit with 1 parking spot for that unit, because that's all we can provide them with. If somebody does not have a car and there's an opportunity for somebody else to have a second car, that's certainly something that's a possibility. But obviously, we can only provide people with the number of parking spaces that we're able to provide them with, based on the confines of the lot.
So if there are, okay, this gets to, if, let's say you have 30 cars in the development, person moves out, and a couple wants to move in that has 2 cars. It's hypothetical, but how would you handle that situation? I gotcha.
I would really, meaning there's 30 cars currently. Well, we have 33 parking spaces on site. So we would make a determination based on how much guest parking we'd seen generated and whether it's viable for the operation of the building at that point in time. And analyze it based on the real data that's on the ground there. If we had seen that there wasn't use of the guest parking and that we were fine in terms of parking ratios, then we might permit them to do that and to have an extra spot. If we saw that it wasn't viable for the operation of the building, then we would not be able to offer them 2 spots.
And Commissioner, I apologize for interrupting, but I can just add, think about it in terms of apartment communities that don't allow pets, right? I mean, it's just a part of the provision that is being, a part of the amenities, we'll call it, that's being provided. You get 1 spot per unit. Maybe there is the ability to have that discussion with Vessel if a couple comes in and wants to have 2 cars, but the default is 1 spot per unit. So I understand your concern, Commissioner, but I think we're getting ultra hypothetical here in analyzing the 2 spots.
Yeah, I've got about 35 years of experience in living in multifamily housing. And I've seen some major issues with parking that are, I mean, I've lived it. But anyway, I'm not going to dwell on that. The other thing was that when this was first presented to us at the pre-application hearing, we were told that they didn't expect a number of residents, since it was affordable housing, a number of residents wouldn't have cars, that they would rely on the buses going up and down the Silas-Deane Highway. But now what we've seen tonight is slightly different from what they originally presented to us. And in fact, some of my questions were based on that.
Okay, if I may, just so for the record, anything that was stated at the pre-app.
I understand that.
Yeah, that's non-binding, so whatever
I
was
understand that.
said.
But now we're getting a different.
This is a different application.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So to address two things. One is that, because I was at the pre-app meeting, the pre-app meeting was presented as an affordable housing project. And so Ryan, Andrea's colleague, who was an attorney with the firm, referred to it as an affordable housing product because under Connecticut General Statute 8-30G, any property that has a set aside of 30% is considered an affordable housing property under Connecticut statute state law. So that's the way it was referred to. We also did refer to the fact, which, and this may be a point of confusion, which is that our mission is to create housing affordability. And so all of the units will be targeted for people in the missing middle. That doesn't mean that all of the units will be deed restricted for 40 years under Connecticut Statute 8-30G, because those are two different things. But to, forgot who asked it, Commissioner Jellicoe. Asked about the affordability. Our goal is, just as an organization, is that all, of our units be available to people who are in that, in that classification, in order to create greater affordability in communities and greater opportunity in communities for that group. And this is no different for us. So there are two different components, obviously, is, sort of our mission as an organization and then Connecticut, statutes, which we're complying with. But in both cases, those things. It is, some of the data under the ITE, and I think it was, we asked me about the data, refers to different components of of housing counts, of housing unit counts and parking counts. And so certainly deed restricted units across the nation have different parking usage than conventional parking units that are unrestricted. And so we would expect that the people who, are at 60% of the median income and in a deed restricted unit might, be more reliant on public transportation than somebody who's in an unrestricted unit at the Ames building and might have, 3 cars for, whatever they're doing. So there's certainly that, and that is a reasonable assumption that may occur, but we're not relying on it for these purposes.
Okay. From the plans, it looks like the setback from the side with Dean is 5 feet, and the side setback is 4 feet.
Commissioner, I would just defer to the zoning table. Yes, front setback is 5 feet and side setback is 4.5 feet is the minimum that we're providing.
Okay. I think I'm finished.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry for taking so much time, but
Commissioner Robbins.
All right. So I guess my first question is, what's the most accurate rendering you have of the wetland delineation? Only because the more recent study that was done, the ecological assessment, or which was done in September by REMA.
Yes.
Their wetland looks different than the one you have in the drawings presented in your architectural renderings. So which wetland?
I apologize, Commissioner, I didn't mean to cut you off. So at the request of the Open Space and Conservation Commission, Mr. Logan, our wetland scientist and soil scientist, went back out onto the site twice in September to reflag the wetlands. And the way it works, I apologize if you already know this, Commissioner, is our wetland scientist goes out and literally lays flags on trees, and then BL goes out with their survey team, and they call it shooting the flags, I guess, but they use technology to shoot the flags and put it on a plan. I believe if you go to sheet CC1, yes, CC1 on the updated plan set that was submitted on October 14th, there is a revision date in the bottom right-hand corner of the cover that says October 13th, 2022.
Oh, okay.
If you're looking at that plan set, and you go to sheet CC1, the upper left-hand corner of the site, the southwest corner of the site, that is the most up-to-date wetland delineation.
Okay. The other questions I have, it's in regards to the stormwater management report. So basically, the impervious cover on the property is going to increase by about 73%. And in the report that you presented to us tonight, just trying to get my arms wrapped around it because this is the first I've seen it. Or actually, no, it's the area in proposed drainage area 1B. It's actually 79.6% impervious. And your mitigation for that is the development of an underground stormwater detention system. And I was just trying to look at the peak flows. And while you're saying that there's going to be a slight decrease in the peak flow conditions for all of the 2-year, 10-year, 25, 100-year flood, I see that this system has a capacity of 5,572 cubic feet. So based on the peak flow numbers that are in the stormwater plan, in a 2-year storm, that would completely fill that system.
So,
go ahead, maybe, because maybe you'll correct me before I go too far.
Sure. Matt Bruton again for the record. So we use a HydroCAD software to analyze the existing conditions versus the proposed conditions, and that takes into account the impervious coverage that exists today, within the site, within the neighborhood, and then what was proposed on the site plan, which we showed earlier. So the goal of the 2004 kind of stormwater quality manual, we're required to mitigate peak flows. So if X amount of water leaves the sites, we need to match that or slightly decrease that. The goal, obviously, being we don't want to flood out a wetland that is used to a certain amount of water. We don't want to decrease the amount of water that flows to a wetland to significantly alter it. In the case of this site, a little bit flows towards the wetland, which is in the upper corner of the page. All of that, though, in general, comes down to that lower left-hand corner, which is captured by an existing culvert that's stubbed onto the property, and it flows all the water from this site and even surrounding sites, because it's at the bottom of the hill, some of the above neighborhoods, comes through our property and goes into the DOT system. So the goal of that underground system is to continue the flow of the neighborhood that's above us, that flows through this wetland and comes down to Main Street. And then the system that we're proposing is designed to capture and then treat the 80% TSS removal, and then leak out, for lack of a better term, the same amount of water that is being done so existing prior to this. So if you look on table 6 in our stormwater management report, I don't know if there's a page number here, we show the existing outflow at different events, 2-year, 10-year, 25-year, and 100-year, and then we show proposed. So in the 2-year, we're saying that we're going to match that flow exactly. And then in the 10-year, 25, and 100-year, there's a slight decrease of 3%, 4%, and little less than a third of a percent. So the goal is to match the flows. We don't want to hold anything up. So the volume of the system changes depending on the type of storm and the duration of the storm. So at points it will be completely full, and then it'll be leaked out over a certain period of time depending on the rainfall that comes into it.
Right. So what happens? I mean, when it's completely full and it's more water is going in than it's going out, what happens then?
So it's sized to up to the 100-year event. So a 100-year event in this report is classified as almost 8 inches in a 24-hour period. That's the engineering standard. So the system is sized to accommodate up to a 100-year event. Once that 100-year event stops, obviously water is continuously flowing out of the system, which empties it, which allows it to accommodate the next storm, which may be later that day.
What's the peak outflow on the system? Just the
peak
system
hour
itself.
flow. I wouldn't know that number off the top of my head. I know in general, right, we have the 100-year event 17 cubic feet per second. I can get back to that you want a number of like peak hour flow, but it's very variable depending on when the size of the first storm and how large that is and how large maybe the second storm is to figure out when it's empty, when it's full. But
Okay, and then you sized it for the increased stormwater flow estimates, right? Based on the increased 79% impervious cover?
so we set it for the baseline, right? So the existing land has, very little impervious coverage. We have to retain and leak off the increase in impervious. So the baseline is the existing conditions. Anything that we're adding, we need to capture and drain to make sure that the peak flow off the property matches the existing conditions. So there's no detrimental effect because of the increased building, sidewalk, or pavement. And I'll have to say that this was reviewed by our town engineer. We had some minor technical comments through the Open Space Commission, reviewed by them. And then also, since the output of this system is being discharged to Main Street, which is a DOT road, they will also have to review this and sign off it as well, since they are going to be accepting the water from this development.
Yeah.
That process obviously follows the local process.
I guess what my concern here is that if this system fills up and if it's just 570-something cubic feet, if the water's not able to flow out faster than it can now, because when you get to the Celestine Highway / Old Main Street, you still got that same 10-inch pipe. And unless you pressurize that pipe, that water's not going to move off-site any faster than it currently does.
Right.
But you're going to have more water flowing.
Yeah, so we're not reducing volume. We're just reducing peak flow. We're matching the flow, and you're right. We're limited to the size of the pipe, the DOT pipe, which I believe is a 10 or 12-inch pipe. So we're limited to that because obviously the system downflow.
So what's the time limit you're using for peak flow? And what's the max you're doing at peak flow? It's not peak flow for 24 hours. It's just if you get 80 inches of rain in 24 hours, are you calculating the volume to be peak flow for that period?
So the size of the system, the volume of the underground system is designed to accommodate 8 inches of rain in a 24-hour period, which is the 100-year storm. That's the standard that we're held to.
Okay. Because, and again, I'm just concerned because the area that's currently reported as a stream in the stormwater study is going to be filled in and replaced with a pipe, and then the hydrologic conditions on the property are going to change. So now, if there is a backup, even not from your water, but from the water that's coming from the rest of the watershed, it's going to start pooling in a different area of the property and possibly go off your property onto other people's property.
Yep. So great question. So the goal is obviously we're not classifying that as what you call the water course or stream. We're classifying that as a drainage swale, and that's a technical term for our wetland scientists in the Open Space Commission. But the goal of the system is obviously to continue the flow through from the adjacent properties of that neighborhoods to the west, right? So even though we're filling in that drainage swale, we obviously are still providing that hydraulic connectivity, because the goal, as you mentioned, or as you kind of stated and I mentioned before, is the goal is to match drainage patterns. So everything goes to this lower corner and goes into Main Street. That's what we're required to do. That's what we're doing. So by filling in that drainage swale, we're replacing it with a pipe. The pipe is sized accordingly to the DOT system. So it's a 10 or 12-inch pipe. That's the limiting factor on here. So that pipe is being extended over the area that we're filling. So we are, extending it to allow water to continue to flow. The detention system that we have is solely for our water, the one that, raindrops that fall on our building, our pavement, our parking lot, and then it connects to that swale and goes into DOT. I will say, though, as part of the open space, they're asking for a peer reviewer to verify those calculations as well, which your town engineer's already done as well. And then the third check is obviously the DOT. So that is being vetted out as well, independently, from my opinion.
All right. The other question I have is you've got the location of your snow piles that look like they're adjacent to the property line. Is that correct?
Yeah, so on the site plan, which is SP1, which was on the screen earlier, we indicated that the upper right-hand corner, which is the northwest corner of the property, would be the ideal spot for snow storage on the property in the event of snowfall.
So my question there is, what types of chemicals do you plan on using for de-icing on the property? Because that'll end up in the snow piles.
Yeah, so the goal is obviously to use minimal ice and sand, for safety and security of people walking on the property and safe vehicle access. I will say that the placement of this is also indicative to allowing the snow to melt, and when it does melt, it comes back into the parking lot. It doesn't flow off the property. So if you flip to our grading and drainage plans, you'll see that from our back of our curb to the adjacent property lines, we slope up. So the goal is when the snow does melt, and if there's any sand or salt that's part of that snow melts, it comes back into our parking lot, is captured by our stormwater management system, is cleaned appropriately, then discharged. So we placed it there to make sure that it does come back into our system, and we placed it away from the wetland so it doesn't flow into the wetland as a detriment to the.
So those snow melt piles won't flow into the wetland? And
Yeah, so the proposed topography between the back of our curb and our property line are pitched back towards our parking lot. So when snow's piled there, it'll stay there, and when it melts, it'll come back to the parking lot and go into our stormwater management system.
So you're going to build up a berm or something there?
We're actually, the site is relatively flat. We're actually cutting it down to create a larger pad, per se. So it actually is a cut from the adjacent property. So there's a slope up from the back of our parking lot to the adjacent property. So it's not creating a berm, there'll be a slope between them and us.
Okay. The other question I had, it has to do with the building being just 5 feet from the property line, fairly close to the edge of Old Main Street. And then you have, it is nice to have street trees, but they also, depending on what kind of tree they are and how well their branches go, they become a visual obstruction to the oncoming traffic. You have no traffic lights there, and you have people coming in and out, 1, 2, 3. So you're going to have people trying to go left and right, 3 in a row, from the OC Kitchen, from your property, and from Cost Cutters package store, with no traffic controls. But with that building there, the concern I have is a safety concern. It's just that we don't have any buildings anywhere that close to the street. People in this town are probably not used to having that line of sight obscured.
Sure. So the goal, Mr. Robbins, is obviously the placement of the building obviously was a thought process that was taken in consideration with preliminary meetings with town staff of having the building be a prominent vision from the street as opposed to an expansive parking lot, right? So that's why the building was pulled close with the parking to the side and the rear. The stop bar that's for this driveway is obviously behind the existing sidewalk within the right-of-way. Obviously, for safety concerns, you'd stop, making sure you're not parked over sidewalk to impede pedestrians. The goal, obviously, of the building placement and the street tree placement, which is really trees that are on our property, is to not be blocked by those should not be blocking the views of the drivers that are leaving. As we all know, right, there's a stop bar, and then there's always that little creep as well before you actually make that final decision. We believe we have enough sight lines to make this safe maneuvers left and right out of the property.
Yeah. Just to clarify, that characterization about having the building be close and a prominent feature to the street is only consistent with our vision at the Village District and our zoning regulations if, in fact, this is a proposed use that connects the community to the retail stores that would be in this building, which there are none. So that would be the only reason to move it close to the street. So if they told you otherwise, that's not consistent with our town planning vision. But understanding we're in an 830G situation here, but it's just not the reason to put it close. And the fact that it's so close, to me, it does raise a safety concern. And then the other safety concern I have is you only have one point of access and egress. And I don't see anywhere, you're in such a tight space with such an intense development that there's not a lot of room to maneuver anything of size, including a fire truck or heck, for even a Rocky Hill Volunteer Ambulance for that matter, combined with the obscured vision, if a truck has to pull straight in and back out, when they're backing out blind because they can't see to the right of them because there's a building in the way and maybe an extra tree. So that's a concern. There's just no turnarounds here.
Yep. So, I mean, obviously, this is a DOT road, and I'll be honest, they would not allow for this size development, the size of this parcel, more than one access, right? They always try to limit curb cuts because limiting curb cuts is really a safety concern. Multiple cars moving in and out on a site of this size, they wouldn't support 2 curb cuts. Andrea addressed obviously shared parking and the difficulties with that as well. And as Ms. Ricci said, the fire marshal, of a building of this size and a truck of this size isn't going to pull onto the property to fight a fire. The size of the building and the fall zone, if a building were actually on fire, you wouldn't want to be parked right next to it as well. And the size of the vehicles that we're intending to be on this would be passenger vehicles and potentially box trucks. It's not a commercial development that would see 18-wheelers, so we feel that it's adequate to support the limited size of vehicles.
People wouldn't pull in a moving truck?
Well, they would, but
Yeah.
a box truck, for a one-bedroom is something that could be using a standard parking space, which we have on the
If
property.
there was a fire emergency, are we expecting that the fire truck would have to shut down our street?
I believe your fire marshal indicated to Ms. Ricci that he would park on the road.
If I may, once again, in conversations with the fire chief, who is in charge of firefighting, they would pull up on the side along Celestine Highway, not directly in front of the lot frontage, but to either side, depending on where the nearest hydrant is. They've done that in the past. They've fought fires on Celestine Highway out in the street.
So,
Where is the nearest? Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Commissioner. I
Oh, where is
apologize.
the nearest fire hydrant anyways?
Give me a second.
While Mr. Bruton is looking at that, just Commissioner, I did want to add to supplement what Ms. Ricci said, the fire chief confirming, I just want to make it clear that parking on the Celestine is not specific to our development. That's for other developments along Celestine. That's just the way they fight fires. I'll also note, just as a matter of law, fire trucks, for obvious public policy reasons, emergency vehicles in general can go wherever they need to go to fight a fire and address an emergency, including pushing cars out of the way if they needed to. So again, we have the fire marshal and the fire chief signing off on this. This building has been built to be fully code compliant, but even in addition to that, we have state statute that explicitly provides that emergency vehicles can go where they need to go to do what they need to do. And again, that for purposes, especially of this development, does not present a public health and safety issue.
Oh, okay. Actually, do we have copies of all this stuff, Kim? That they've already reviewed it and
I have,
and
as I
blessed it?
stated earlier, the fire marshal who deals with prevention has approved it. Fire chief and I had a conversation about firefighting. I will ask him for a written statement to that effect.
Mr. Robbins, just a quick Google search. The clearest or the closest fire hydrant that I can see from Street View is in front of the liquor store, which is the adjacent of Butter. So if you're looking at the site plan, to the right of our proposed building.
Right. Yeah.
You can actually see it, Commissioner, on the thank God for Google Street View. I think you can see it just north of the liquor store driveway.
It's on front.
Oh, I'll leave that for you.
Yeah, that's for the record, that's at slide 4 of our PowerPoint.
Inch for.
Right.
I saw.
And I guess the only other question I have for now is, and it gets back to design. So you've got 33 spaces, 2 are handicapped. You need 30, and then you may or may not have a building manager on site or not. But if he's working, he might take up the space. But I guess, and again, just getting back to one-bedroom units, younger people may want to have a social event or a party or whatever. No parking on the street adjacent to the property. So it's not a question of if, it's a question of when you don't have any parking left on site, where would they go?
So, Commissioner, I'll go back to what Mr. Levy said. Every apartment, the default is every apartment gets one spot, and that obviously leaves in excess of the three spots for visitor parking. There's also, that's part of it. There's also this presumption that the parking lot will consistently be full at all times. Obviously, if we have numbered spots, that's going to be a bit of a different analysis. But if it's, I think one of the commissioners said general admission, then if there are spots open, people are able to take them in a general admission parking lot, so to speak.
Yeah.
But
I mean, this is more of a practical question. I mean, the minimum and the maximum is the same, right? One space per unit. You're not going to have less than that. So we called it the maximum, but it's actually both the minimum and the maximum required, because they don't require any more beyond that. But from a practical point of view, what's the norm? I'm just used to going to all our other apartment complexes and seeing visitor parking spaces in a whole bunch of them all over the place.
Commissioner, I'll ask Mr. Levy if he has any boots on the ground data from in his other developments. I'll say just from my personal experience, you find available public parking and you coordinate. There's also drive shares like Uber and Lyft now that can drop people off without the need to take a parking spot, and that's used very frequently in today's day and age. So again, I'll go back to, and I have to do it because I'm the lawyer here, so I have to do it, but I'll go back to Public Act 2129. Commission cannot require more than one parking spot per one-bedroom unit legally now. And again, 830G, you're not required to comply with the zoning regulations. It's just a public health and safety issue, but I'll go back to that.
Okay. At this point, I'll turn it over to my colleague to the right.
Attorney Gomes, my first question, when you started your presentation, you spoke about 31 bedrooms with associated parking. And on your site plan map, it says 30 units. So
31 bedroom units.
Okay.
30 units consisting of one bedroom each. I apologize.
Okay, so I was like, okay.
It's when I speak too fast.
I just want to talk a little bit about, again, just to push the fact with the parking. When you're pushing snow from the front of the building, you're going to push it to your parking, your snow area in the back on your site plan 1. So you're pushing it over those 8 parking spaces. I'm just trying to visualize how you're going to get the snow to that space, those spaces in the back. So you're going to push it over those parking spaces, or are you going to go to the end and push it?
So the gray area that I have boxed out on that plan shows, the area that we have kind of dedicated as, where the best practice for where it would be placed in the event of a snow storm. So depending on the volume of snow and where cars are parked, we could access it multiple different ways, or asking tenants to move cars depending on who's there, or if those are the 3 guest spots, there'll be more consistent access. But that's the designated spot that we think has the most volume and then the best practicality for snow melt to come back in the parking lot. So it'll be pushed through those parking spaces, over the curb, into the landscaped areas.
If those parking spaces are occupied, it's going to be hard to do that.
So practically speaking, Commissioner, if the parking spaces are, so looking, and for the record, I'm looking at slide 5, which is the slide 5, which is the site plan. You have the area, what I'll call, it's to the north where there's no parking space right in front of it. You can push snow to the north of the building, which is on the top right corner of the site plan. And practically speaking, if there are cars parked to the west, along that longer area such that the snow removal company cannot access the area, then Vessel will have to truck the snow off-site. That's any development. If we've had nor'easters here that build upon a former nor'easter the week before, so you just truck the snow off-site.
So they'll come and pick that up in a reasonable period of time and
Correct.
Get that out for
Yep.
people. Okay, because it just seems kind of hard to push snow from the front where your entrance is all the way to the back.
Yeah.
Especially if you have cars parked or whatnot.
Understood. And again, that will be a boots on the ground, so to speak, call by the community caretaker in consultation with Vessel. And then ultimately, if they engage a third party to come and deal with the snow, then they'll use their judgment and there will be coordination. But there won't be an issue of snow on site for an unreasonable period of time. They'll have to truck it off.
Perfect. Okay. Do you plan on having any handicapped accessible apartments that are ADA compliant?
They are-
I mean, low cabinets and all that?
They are all universally designed. And Josh, do you want to talk about the accessibility?
The answer is yes. All the units are designed to universal design standards for purposes of, which is a more advanced version of ADA accessibility that allows for adaptability of units for people of all different abilities. One example for us is we call it our yoga kitchen because yoga blocks have 3 dimensions to them. So the kitchen and different elements of the kitchen can be raised or lowered based on which dimension of the block you're on, which would allow somebody based on their height or based on if they were in a wheelchair or even if, somebody just had a bad back and they didn't want to bend down for the dishwasher, to raise that, even just that area of the kitchen. And then there are certain units that are designed for purposes of specific ADA accessibility standards as well. I don't remember what the code is specifically, in Connecticut, but yes, there are certain ADA accessible units.
But how many will you have? Are you specifically going to have inset showers, places for a wheelchair to be able to be accessible, door widths and whatnot?
There's a building code. There's a building code associated with ADA. Whatever it is, we comply.
Okay, because I just didn't know if all the apartments are going to be like that or just a certain few.
All of the apartments are built with universal design standards. Not all of them are built to whatever the type of specific ADA accessibility is. Those are specific to certain units, that are required by code.
Okay.
We can get that number for you, Commissioner.
Perfect.
The number of ADA units.
Perfect.
It'll be in compliance with the code.
Perfect. And I understand you have the 2 handicapped accessible parking spaces. So it may be reasonable to think that people who have special needs, may need a caregiver to come or visit during whatever hours, and they may drive and have a car. So we need to consider that also, or a visiting nurse, et cetera. So I think those are reasonable expectations that at some point in time, there might be a visiting nurse pop in. There might be caregivers that come in with their own vehicles. So you need to consider that also in terms of parking. Okay.
And we go back to each unit gets the one spot, and if there's a request for additional parking by any particular unit, that will be done in consultation with Vessel.
Well, what happens if a person breaks their leg and then is on the 4th floor and needs to have a home health aide come in a separate car to service them? So where they park?
Again, the presumption is that all 33 units will consistently be full at all times. There will be some unit owners who may rely on public transportation. There's a bus stop just north of the site at the intersection. So it'll be if there's a particular need, that will be coordinated again with the community caretaker through Vessel.
Okay.
Or through Vessel, to Vessel through the community caretaker. Excuse me, I misspoke.
Okay, because I know your mission is to be adaptable and functional for people. Will your modular systems in the home with temperature control and door accessibility be voice activated too, so someone could use their voice to activate?
I believe so, because that way, voice activation for any of the temperature or anything like that for someone with a disability.
There's aspects that are voice activated. Yeah.
There are aspects that are voice activated. Knowing Vessel's model, if there is a particular need of a particular tenant, I'm sure Vessel would accommodate because, again, their mission is to be accessible.
Okay. Are pets allowed?
Yes. For the record, Mr. Levy said yes.
Any restrictions on pets?
Any restrictions on pets, Mr. Levy? I don't know where the remote or the...
I particularly do not like snakes or
And the only reason why I ask is because when you go
I'm
outside,
also very afraid of vermin. So
Where are they gonna
anybody
go?
who has anything like that, my daughter has been asking for a hamster and stuff like that for years. The answer is always no. The answer is, certainly depending on the situation, there are standards associated with animals. But for the most part, dogs, cats allowed.
okay, is there a place that you're going to have for them to relieve themselves outside?
There's places that are, landscaped on the site where theoretically somebody could, but we certainly don't necessarily encourage that. We think it destroys properties. We prefer for people to walk their animals and then to pick up after them the same way that most of us do. I live in a home and I still do that.
Okay. Where are the sprinklers connections? I know you said you're sprinklered, right? So you have fire department connections. Are they in the front of the building?
In the in the building, Commissioner, the sprinkler in the building?
Where are the outside standpipes?
Matt, do you know where the outside?
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, normally it's coordinated with the fire marshal. I would expect that they'd be close to, and everybody actually is different. So some fire marshals require them to be up front, some fire marshals require them to be on the side. So we always have to coordinate, based on what the fire marshal wants as part of the installation process.
Okay, I didn't see them on your plans. So that's.
I believe it's typically addressed during the building permit process.
Yeah, I just wanted to.
It's on site utility plan. It's off the water main, the upper corner, right behind the trash. Where the water service comes in. SU1 utility plan.
I can't see, my eyes are old.
Yeah, that's Matt Bruton for the record. That's depicting where the water service is coming into the building. A fire department connection is usually a remote connection separate for the.
Yeah, it says right here, fire service branch from combined water service. So it's
Right.
usually near the mechanical.
Right, so we'd obviously coordinate that location because sometimes it's adjacent to that service coming into the building. Sometimes it's remote, where it's closer to where the fire marshal may park on Main Street.
Yes.
We can clarify that on the plans before we come back.
Oh, yeah, please just get together on that, because make it easy for everybody. We talk about accessibility of emergency vehicles. Well, I'll tell you, trying to pull an ambulance in there and then having to back out is not going to be very safe. Ambulances cannot park in the street and load a patient in the middle of the Silestein Highway. I won't do that. So I think that, I don't know what your turnarounds are, but I don't know if I'll be able to do a 3-point K turn. I'll have to look at your diagram and see if that's something reasonable. But I'll tell you, a safety issue will be in trying to pull out with an ambulance once we're pulled in. I also we have a fly car, paramedic fly car that will need to be parked if it's an emergency ALS, meaning advanced life support call. That will have to be parked somewhere there. We cannot park it on the street. Or the sidewalk. So that's how our EMS system works. I don't know if you've spoken to anyone in emergency services, but emergency medical services are a separate entity working with the town, and we really want to be safe and not be in the middle of the road trying to load a patient on a stretcher for safety.
Commissioner, we'll take a look at that. We'll take a look at the vehicle movements. I understand emergency services is different. I will note the Rocky Hill Police Department did evaluate the plan and had no issues and recommended approval, but we will look at all of this information.
Okay. They drive a police car, not an ambulance.
Understood. I'm just referring that it has been reviewed by town staff that typically reviews these applications.
Thank you. You talk about solar roof panels. Is that going to be a full roof with solar panels, or is it partial, or how much of the roof will be full of solar panels?
Yeah, I can't tell you the exact square footage of the solar panels on the roof, but a majority of the roof is solar panels.
Will there be a walk around so that if their fire department has to get up there?
Well, I don't know what are you
Is
referring to
there
as
there
walk?
any ability? It's covered 100%.
No, of course you'll be able to walk on the roof. Yeah,
Okay.
you'd have to in order to do maintenance and things like that.
Okay. All right. What about storage for tenants? Because if you're going to be Are they going to have storage in their apartments, or is there storage units below somewhere, or?
No, there's storage in the apartments. We spent a lot of time analyzing cubic and linear feet of storage that's required for typical one-bedroom renters and what kind of storage space they need and utilize. But we don't have common storage as building storage.
No common storage for anyone, and, okay. So if people have stuff to put, they have to put it in their apartment?
Yes, either in their apartment or, there's lots of, obviously, self-storage facilities that exist in the area, and people could utilize those.
Okay. In the traffic study that we were shown tonight, could you tell me what data that was taken from, what year? Or
I'll
what-
ask Mr. Dion to come up and discuss that.
And that wasn't a formal traffic study, correct? That was just,
Yeah, for the record, Mike Dion, that's correct. That's not a formal traffic study. The ITE trip generation data that was in the report it's the fifth
Yeah.
edition. So it's, I think it came out February of this past year. So it's new data. As I said, they have been collecting data for over 50 years on different land uses. And again, we're up to the fifth edition, so every
I think it was
10 years
you
or so.
Quoted the 11th edition in there.
Oh, 11th.
But
Yes, sorry.
I
was
would
going back to
I
the
would
diff-
say you need to consider, like, we're going to have 244 more apartments right down the street with more traffic. So
and that study was done by another firm for that development. So they did a traffic study for that development already, and it's been through the town. I don't know if it's been through the state yet. I assume it has since it's under construction. So their study didn't have any issues.
Yep.
They're going to, I know they have to do at least some improvements, as I said, to get their driveway on the signal.
They have a signal, yes.
Yep, so they're going to come out there. So our 12 trips in the PM peak are not going to impact traffic, what they call level of service at an intersection, just based on so few trips.
Okay, because those numbers seem low, but if that's what you,
Yeah, it's 30 apartments, and this is just the peak 1 hour in the AM and the peak 1 hour in the PM.
okay. That's it for me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. A lot of topics covered today. First of all, thank you for the affordable housing proposal. I welcome this proposal. It assists our town in providing affordable housing to our current and future residents. Vessel is proposing sustainable and high-quality homes. I'm excited to see Vessel's commitment to sustainability, energy efficiency, user delight, safety, security, affordable housing, etc. So I'm assuming this is called the integration of fair housing and environmental justice practices concept, right?
Yep,
Okay.
you could say that.
Okay, thank you. I'm also excited to see that Vessel provides for all the things, amenities that a person or family seeks to have in life at affordable price. Just like Vessel, I'm also personally committed to see production of affordable housing units in the town of Rocky Hill. I have a few questions on. Is that correct that this company was founded in 2017?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask Mr. Levy to answer that.
Yes, Chairman. We were founded in 2017. We spent the first several years of that period on research, design, materials, coming up with our systems, the smart home technology, things like that.
So I would say company has constructed affordable housing for about 6 years, and what I just heard is not all 6 years, maybe a couple of years, because a lot of things were done for studies and stuff like that. So can you provide a number of successful projects that have been constructed and completed?
Yeah, so for myself, I've completed thousands of units of affordable housing over the course of a 20-year career. My partner has done the same, more than that, quite frankly. Vessel has implemented one permanent building in New Jersey. We're under construction on our second building in New London, Connecticut right now.
Yeah, so this type of housing, what you are proposing here, you have examples like two that are being,
This would be our third building.
this would be a third building. So we don't have a lot of history built up in terms of the functionality and all that kind of things. I don't know when New Jersey building was done, completed, got CO. When was that, like, what do you say?
I'd say this summer. So we've had tenants in there for a number of months already.
Okay, so it's brand new, not a lot of history with this type of buildings. I mean, I know you have done a lot of other buildings, and probably this is the most different type of building that you are proposing compared to what you guys have done in the past and what we have seen even in a town, right? I mean, this is totally different. We are just trying to understand the building itself, how it functions, and in terms of, tenants and, their experience with this type of, technology and all that stuff. So it's brand new, couple of months old, so we don't have a lot of history built up with those things.
Correct, Mr. Chairman, and I just want to add that a lot of these building concepts are older than just a couple of years or a couple months. So yes, it's a newer product for Vessel. Certainly Mr. Levy and his partner have years of experience constructing units, especially in the affordable housing market. But a lot of this technology, this won't be the third building in the country. A lot of the technology already exists out there. It's just that Vessel's business model takes a lot of what, green building concepts, puts them together into a different product. So it's not totally new. I just wanted to make that clear.
Yep.
Yeah,
No, I understand.
Yeah, to Andre's point, certainly panelization has existed for decades, solar technology for a long time, smart home technology for a long time. Our approach is a new approach, but a lot of the technology systems, things like that we're using are tried and true systems, as are materials that we're utilizing from third-party providers who are well established and have been in business for many years.
Right. And I understand that. I think there were different fragments everywhere. Now you're combining it, including the caretaker concept. I think we are.
Yes.
So that's I'm trying to understand.
No, certainly we've borrowed from some of what we've done is new in and of itself from a technology perspective, and some of it is borrowed even from other industries, right? So the idea of a caretaker is new to housing. But is borrowed from the idea of the approach of a franchising. So Dunkin' Donuts or other businesses that have utilized it extraordinarily well, created enormous amounts of economic opportunity for people in those industries, and produced higher quality businesses. Franchising, so to speak, which is a subset of, I guess, the way we think about this as an approach, produces very often much better results because people feel because people are owners, right? So I went to Starbucks coffee this morning when on my way into the office. I had ordered a cup of coffee. It's corporately owned, and I went there and I sat as the person was making the cup of coffee, and they also got on their phone and they took another thing. Normally I go to Dunkin' Donuts in the morning, so I left and I went over to Dunkin' Donuts, and within seconds of walking in, they had my coffee ready, and they took it. And that's because the people who are working there are really have an ownership mentality to what they're doing. And so we've tried to borrow in many ways from the best of what we've seen in different industries that have worked before.
Right. I mean, in your example, Dunkin' Donuts have franchise. They'll be either leasing the property or something, but the property management is totally different. So I think it's all different models. So thank you for that. Has Vessel constructed 100% market rate housing projects?
No, Vessel does. We don't do what one would consider 100% market rate. That's not to say that our buildings are all deed restricted. So our building in Trenton, New Jersey is not deed restricted, but the rents that we're charging are well below market for like-kind product as part of, our mission for affordability.
Thank you. So from financial perspective, can you please describe how this project will be funded? Is it all private investment or a combination of private, state, federal funding?
There's no public financing.
No public fund, it's all private. How would be the affordable units rented? Can it be occupied by a person receiving rental assistance from government?
My understanding is to that answer legally is yes, and we certainly welcome. If your question is, do we welcome people with vouchers? The answer is absolutely.
Okay, so there'll be.
We're legally
federal.
obligated to, of course, but in terms of the housing opportunity units, there will be an application process. I believe there's a sample lease writer and some income qualification information in the affordability plan. So an applicant would have to essentially prove that they met the income thresholds and go with that. So that could potentially include housing vouchers.
Who will own the project once completed?
A subsidiary of Vessel owns the product when it's completed.
So when you say subsidiary, is that, can you please define, like, are they the property owners? Are they, what?
Is it a single purpose entity?
Yes, the property itself is owned by what's called an SPE, a single purpose entity. It has to be for financing purposes. All financing is done through SPEs so that, the banks have, individual loans associated with those properties in that entity. And those individual SPEs are ultimately owned by a subsidiary entity of Vessels that's controlled by Vessel.
Okay, so
it tracks back to Vessel, Mr. Chairman. It tracks back to Vessel. It's just that for purposes of financing, the corporate structure is such that it will be one, it'll be, I'm making this up, but 2369 Main Street LLC or something along those lines that just applies to this property.
Because I'm just looking from perspective of whether Vessel will have any interest in this. So if I was the renter and
completely
and
an ongoing interest, yes.
I was looking for some help, can I call Vessel?
Yes, we have somebody who's devoted to the ongoing operations and management of the properties themselves, as well as somebody as well as overseeing training and providing ongoing assistance to the caretakers as well.
So we talk about caretaker, and so what is a caretaker concept? Like, who is responsible to take care of the property, like snow cleaning, removal, etc.? I heard a lot of things, there are a lot of concepts out there, but I haven't seen anything in writing. So when things happen after it's built, who we are going to go to, how does this work? Because we have examples right now, we are having issues with some apartments, those are real life.
Absolutely, I understand what you're saying. We've owned and operated a lot of apartments, and we've seen good and bad ownership and management before from people where we've bought their buildings and had to take over management. The answer is, you'll have two people to reach out to. One is the person that is responsible for the operations of the buildings and overseeing the caretakers at Vessel, and the other is the person who is the caretaker of the building, who's local to the community and is the operator of the building. Both people will be available to address any issues. One of the advantages to our system is that we have somebody who's local, who is overseeing the property, who's invested in the community, and we, since it's our financial risk in the building as well as our brand risk to the building, are overseeing them from an asset management and quality control and training and retraining perspective to ensure that they're fulfilling all of their obligations as well.
Yeah, because I think Kim can vouch for, what she and her staff and town staff is going through in dealing with certain owners, so.
Yes, we would, in any enforcement action, we track down the property owners.
Right. So who pays for the ongoing maintenance and repair, and who makes those decisions?
I mean, ongoing maintenance and repairs are always, paid for through property operations, ideally, and overseen in that way. The day-to-day operations are overseen by the caretaker. Capital improvements and other things will be done with the caretaker and with, input and oversight from Vessel and assistance from us, in order to, provide oversight and assistance with expertise of certain things where people don't have them.
So would this be part of any of the documentations that, we are going to look at? So there's a process, it's written, we can go to, the residents can go to and say, hey, something is broken and I want to get it fixed. Or, for example, roof needs change, who comes and pays for all those? So is that a...
So, Mr. Chairman, we did provide, and I apologize, I don't have the tab number, but in our August application package, there was what I'll call a vessel portfolio in there that provides some information. These operational details regarding the caretaker and maintenance and things like that, we'd be happy to put that in writing for the commission so the commission can understand it more clearly. Yep. We'll do that for the following meeting. I think it's in bits and pieces throughout the application and as part of the public hearing testimony, but we'll consolidate it for you.
All right, thank you. The concern about the runoff from impervious area of the parking spaces within wetlands that will impact wetlands. So I know the flags were mapped recently. So the question is, what happened in the first map versus the second map? Did the consultant miss something? And now they before there were probably three parking spots that were impacted, now it's just one. So what happened there?
The short answer to that is that the request from the commission was for reflagging. Wetlands change over time in any instance based on soils and things like that. And so it's not uncommon in the case of wetlands flagging for somebody to go out later, a different period of time, and find that the wetlands have shrunk, especially when a wetlands like this is not a typical wetland, but is really a drainage ditch or swale, and it, was theoretically man-made from the runoff from adjacent properties. So it's just a natural occurrence and shrinkage, and I think the wetland scientists testified to that at the meeting as such.
And I apologize, Mr. Chairman, for tag teaming, but the difference is 7 years. So the original wetland delineation was done in 2015 when we went before the Open Space and Conservation Commission. A number of the commissioners and town staff asked that we go back and redelineate the wetland because, again, as Mr. Levy said, it changes. So we went back out in September.
Okay, so that was 2015 data.
There, I believe, it was 2015, 2016. There were 6 to 7 years in between the wetlands delineations, the two wetland delineations.
Okay, yeah, because usually if you look at the rainfall and all that, I think the rainfall would have impacted now if they had gone now.
Certainly, and I'll note that just for the record, this is part of the record, our wetland scientists went out the day that there was a 1.2 to 1.5 inch rainstorm. I think it happened in the morning and he went out that afternoon. So it was a freshly wet site, so to speak, for reflagging. He did that purposely.
All right, thank you. Will there be any difference between affordable units versus market rate units? Are units within building designated as affordable based on location, or it's
every unit in the building is exactly the same?
Right. And that's the minimum specifications, Mr. Chairman, that it's called our Schedule B. We submitted it as part of our October 14th supplemental materials. That sets the minimum standard for construction. And just generally speaking, 830G requires that all of the units be comparable. You can't segregate the affordable units in one section of the building and the market rates another. So they will be evenly dispersed throughout the building. And as I explained earlier, that next available unit rule, if there's a change in circumstances and someone no longer qualifies, they become a market rate unit, so to speak. You want to be able to circulate where the affordable units are for that exact reason.
Right. I think one of the things that, at least what I was considering, was the administrator of the affordability plan to be approved by the commission, and yearly updates to be provided to the commission, things like that, so.
Certainly. So the administrator, law just requires that the administrator have experience in administering affordable housing. Certainly, I think we've heard tonight that Mr. Levy and his team at Vessel has that experience. But when we submit we've seen commissions do this before, that we submit the affordable housing plan, the affordability plan, to the commission, and they can review it. Again, law really just requires that you have experience administering affordable units. Mr. Levy has a lot of that, certainly. So that's the standard.
Okay. So this is like a half an acre parcel minus, wetlands. And as you know, the new norm in varying degree is telework. Telework, right?
Yes.
Keeping this in mind, have you considered modifications to the parking lot to provide some green space, islands, benches, tables, internal walk paths for residents to get fresh air and de-stress within the residential compound, because sitting 8-10 hours in the house versus going out. I mean, I heard, there may be pets, and if they're walking around, with pets and all that stuff. So is there a concept that you have in mind, consider, because that is the norm, right? I mean, I as I said in the beginning, I love this concept. You guys have done a great job. I think this is just one step forward.
No, it's a great question. You're right. There is a movement towards telework, at least for a few days a week, certainly, and I don't think that the current workforce is going to allow that to change anytime soon. I think that one of the unique things about this particular location, and what's at least attractive to us about it, is the fact that it does have some walkability associated with it, that you can go for a walk and go to a nearby restaurant. You can walk to the CVS. You can walk to, there's some park area. There's nice places to go for walks from there. And that's one of the things that in an ideal world we would always like for our properties, because it gives people the ability to experience the community and be entrenched in the community. When we think about, the site designs as a whole and, and how and what we put on site versus community amenities that we encourage people to use, we also think about, the cost of on-site, usage versus utilizing something in the community, and also how we do things, that are better for, what I call sort of the recyclability of income in a community. So, one of the things we looked at when we were building our building, somebody asked about amenities in the building. We had owned buildings that had extraordinary amenities in them. One of the last buildings we did was a 638-unit rehab of a failed property that we rescued from condemnation. And we put in multiple gyms and a saltwater swimming pool, and we had a revolving art exhibit in it, and it was absolutely lovely. But 30 out of 638 units used any of those amenities during the time there. And what we saw is that was applicable to almost all of our developments, is that, there weren't a lot of people using them, but everybody was paying for them in their monthly rent, whether they realized it or not, because you have to run those spaces, and it requires more staff and more cleaning and more maintenance, and you have to replace all of the stuff on a regular basis. And so what we said was, let's give people higher quality units, and let's give them more money in their pocket, with the idea of also spending more money in the community, which we think is better for communities. So one of the things that happens with, multifamily is if everybody relied on their private gym at the multifamily in a multifamily building, and they stopped going to the local yoga studio or the local cycling studio or something like that, is that those businesses would cease to exist. That's bad for communities, as a whole, from, an economic perspective, and it's less interesting. You don't see your friends at those places and things like that, right? One of the reasons people go to gyms is they meet people, they make friends, they have a social life there. You don't get that if you're in a regular building. And so we try to look for, opportunities where we can, be in places where people can use, existing community amenities and take advantage of the things that, communities offer. One of the things that I thought was quite remarkable about Rocky Hill when I first came here was there's lots of hiking trails, there's lots of, opportunities for people to get outside. And I think that that's, something that's highly attractive for tenants in the community as a whole.
And I think those are all true, like, the amenities like gyms and all that. I mean, there's a lot of, expenses and all that stuff. This, I mean, when we, looked at Ames project and what was required there and what they were proposing there, it's like, and especially because highway is going through. And as you heard from past, like we have 5 lanes that people have to cross. So I think, if they were going for hiking, it's going to be a half a day or full day job, right? But if they just want to de-stress from 4 or 5 hours of meeting, they're going out. They want something nearby, they can walk and come back, and now they're good, right? So I think from that perspective, I'm saying, have you looked at, those amenities? I mean, you're given a lot of amenities within the unit, right. Something outside that provides that kind of, quick, de-stressing, and then go back, So, because they're not going to cross 5 lanes, go to Glastonbury Ave and have a walk with a dog, that's going to take a lot of time. So think about that, from that perspective.
Well, but part of the allure of this site for this proposal, Mr. Chairman, is the walkability of the site. Not only today, right, we have that new intersection at Main Street and Elm Street, but the article in the Hartford Courant today about Rocky Hill's investment in its pedestrian and cycling improvements. So it's going to continue to get better. And you've got to start somewhere. If you build it, they will come. That's actually a reality, especially when it comes to pedestrian access and things like that. So I think what Mr. Levy was saying was there was a decision made by Vessel looking at what tenants want and looking at Vessel's mission of trying to provide high-quality, high-tech, affordable, sustainable housing, and making the decision that in this particular case, given the location, its access to businesses, hiking, pedestrian facilities, et cetera, it was better served to take that money and that space and provide housing. That is very, very much needed, and not waste the amenity space, so to speak. It's not a waste, but you understand.
Right. I mean, I think, as I said in the beginning, I think the concept of integration of fair housing, environmental justice, social justice, what I'm saying falls in that category. So I think
completely understand.
I don't want to put you on spot, but it's like, when given a choice, like, do you want to go here? I'm an, candidate for affordable housing versus, I have an opening at Ames, guess where you're going to go? Looking at, different amenities, different things, what is available. So I think from that social justice, environmental justice, all that, I'm looking at from that perspective. And are we providing sufficient to affordable housing projects, or are we, or we have different standards for market rate housing versus affordable housing, projects. So that's what I'm trying to,
And not to belabor the point, Mr. Chairman, but just to make clear, just for purposes of 830G, amenities and open space is not a requirement here, right? So, and I understand what you're saying.
I think,
Mr. Chairman, but it's not a legal requirement here, and so and keep in mind, 9 of the units are set aside. The rest of them are technically market rate, although they will be for the missing middle. So it's not being treated differently. It's just a different product. As you're shopping around for a single family home, for an apartment, for a condominium, whatever it may be, it's a different product.
Yeah, and right, I'm just going off of environmental justice, social justice, that concept. I mean, that, and I don't believe 8-30, at least I'm not a lawyer, but I don't think that says you can't look at that, because it says, you look at other matters and all that, right? So you are looking at all those things and making sure that, are they provided, So, let's see, The other thing, and I know we touched upon the financials of affordable housing project and all that. So, I'm going to just ask, have you considered modification to the facade to include neighborhood appropriate architecture features like that? Again, just from considering from, as I said, social justice.
So our facade is what's called a rain screen, and rain screen technology is very specific. Not something that we invented, but the idea behind a rain screen is there's sustainability aspects to it. There's also operational aspects to it that are superior. One of the things that you get from a rain screen is that the pressurization in front of the screen and behind the screen are exactly the same. And so you don't get the problems of driving rain that you have in masonry buildings, for instance, where the pressurization is different during a rainstorm in front of the brick and behind the brick. So if you ever see a driving rainstorm, it actually looks like it's going into the building, and it in fact is. And then you have the problem, obviously, of especially in climates like we're in, where you have freezing and thawing, and that destroys facades. So there's a number of reasons why we use it, and for purposes of our energy efficiency systems, our sustainability model is a big portion of how we came up with the utilization of the rain screen, and that's part of the panelization and exterior panelization of the building.
The curtain, right? The outside. Is that so? What is the fire rating? Can that be an obstacle for firefighters or emergency personnel in any way?
So
not an obstacle in any way for emergency personnel. I can't tell you offhand what the fire rating of it what it is, but it's used in other instances and in other for other implementation purposes. But there's nothing that would infringe upon fire safety or anything else like that through the use of it.
Because that would be the primary egress when there is fire and all that, right?
And the building has been designed and it will be constructed to comply with all applicable codes: fire building, fire safety, fire prevention, and as Ms. Ricci mentioned, both fire marshal and fire chief looked at it. So I'm just providing a clear answer for the record, of course, but appreciate the question.
Thanks. So I was looking at the examples of affordable housing from your submission, right, tab M, and they're all different. Like, I didn't see any example that is similar to project that you are proposing. So was there any reason for that, or that's, because when somebody looks at those renderings and those examples, it's totally different.
So for the record, I believe you are referring to tab M. Of the Affordable Housing Needs Memorandum, this lovely book. It's just an example. This is something we include. Unfortunately, a lot of people have misconceived notions about what affordable housing looks like. They have the, mid-century urban renewal blocks by the train tracks type of view of what affordable housing is, and that's not what it is anymore, thankfully, and nor should it have ever been. So with it varies from what you're seeing here, more traditional design and architecture, to what Vessel is proposing, which is a more modern, high-tech building. So it was not meant to be representative of what Vessel is or what Vessel's construction, what Vessel is proposing to construct on this site. It was simply to show to the commission that affordable housing is not what a lot of people think it is.
No, and right, and I think when commission looks at that or public looks at those, and then when they compare it with this building, that's when this confusion and
understood
something starts. So.
Understood.
So we talked about will the renters be assigned parking spaces, and what happens if there are guests or gatherings that require more parking spaces? Who monitors the parking spaces in these situations? Are there any measures included for safety highway crossings? Like, I think, again, you said you are given one space. After that, you do whatever you want to do. But is that, so from safety perspective, for the renters, guests or relatives or whoever, is there something would there something be in place, like, hey, you know, if the parking lot gets full, you go A, you go B, you go C, or that's up to, you know, the renters?
So from a safety perspective, again, pointing the commission to Mr. Dion's testimony about having stopping and intersection site distances and over 400 feet in either direction. So exiting and entering the site is not a problem from a safety perspective. With respect to parking availability, for purposes of 830G, that's also not that's more of an operational concern. That's not a substantial public health and safety issue. Practically speaking, and Josh can nudge me if he disagrees, if a parking issue arises at this site, Vessel will have to do something, as any developer would do. Vessel will have to do something to address it, whether that be off-site parking or some type of solution. But for purposes of providing what's required, or providing at least what's required under the law and meeting the 830G standard, we have that here. But again, boots on the ground, practical application. If there was an issue, you'd have to address it, because no one has a greater interest in ensuring that tenants have enough parking than Vessel.
And again, as you mentioned before, Public Act 21, so all these things are new. The towns are not used to seeing this, right? I mean,
Right.
with like one per one unit, I mean, we have seen proposals where there are multiple extra parking spaces and all that, so that's never a concern, so.
Some municipalities
Yeah.
are getting rid of parking requirements altogether, because as you can imagine, more parking means greater impervious surface, a larger carbon footprint. And what you're seeing in downtown areas is that a lot of parking spaces are not being used. People are starting, thankfully, what you know was put into place years ago, especially in more urban areas, people are starting to use alternative modes of transportation, public transportation, biking, walking, running, and so on.
Yeah, just, you know, from an operational perspective, what I'll say is this, and, you know, I think what Andrea said is perfect, and I agree with it. The reality is that rarely do you see a building where all people are home at the exact same time, except for maybe the hours when everybody is asleep, and even that is, you know, a question of when do people get home and go to sleep. So there's often, you know, more flex space on a site than you would think, because the person who's having, you know, if I'm having people over to watch the game, you know, my neighbor might be going to somebody's house to watch the game, or, you know, so on, whatever the game is. And so, you know, what you see is that, you know, rarely is a building, you know, in 100% use at any one time, and therefore you have, you know, sort of flex associated with that.
Yeah. No, I understand. I think, and the traffic engineer will appreciate this, when they design, for example, a mall, you know, they are going to look at the traffic on, you know, day after Thanksgiving, or, you know, they don't design it for during summertime when people are on vacation and stuff, right? I mean, that's the worst case. So from that perspective, I mean, you always, even in design, those are the assumptions made and stuff, so. I just have a couple more, sorry.
Sure.
So we see there is 2 handicap parking spaces, right?
Correct.
So if a renter or renters need a handicap parking space, will both be designated to those renters, or they will not be designated, or how would that work?
So the 2 parking spaces is what is required by the ADA. But in terms of if you have more than one person living in the building who requires accommodation, then that could be something that could be coordinated with through the community caretaker and Vessel to number a specific spot for that person so that they have closer access to the building. As Mr. Levy said, it is looking likely, given the site, that the spots will be individually numbered. So if you're individually numbering sites, it's not very difficult to just reorganize them so that someone who needs accessibility closer to the building can have their spot directly right there.
Right. Now, would that be designated? So if, say, a renter is handicapped, and would that space be designated to that renter, or is first come, first serve?
if you have a handicap renter, do they get a designated handicaps? But I think fair housing laws that you have to.
I believe they do get a designate, if you have your handicap parking
Right.
sticker, that's your designated spot. Exactly.
I believe that's the law.
Yes.
Okay, so, and again, because it's two and we understand there are, 30 units, so, when both are taken or designated and when you have another, guest or somebody come in who needs handicap.
Right.
So I think, again, we are discussing this, a lot of things back and forth. I think it would be good to see something in writing, like how all these things come to play.
I think, Chairman, the short answer to that in terms of what we could put in writing is that the code requires 2 handicap spaces. We are going to provide 2 handicap spaces. We can't promise or address something that is outside of the code. We're going to comply with every aspect of the code.
Okay, so
Yeah, I echo what Mr. Levy says. Really, if every developer designed for all of these hypotheticals, it would be like trying to hit a moving target. And there's a reason that there are industry standards and codes, because there's data to back up that that's what's necessary. So I'll echo what Mr. Levy said, and I think that's a very concise response.
Okay. I think in terms of traffic study, at least I am of the opinion that, there should be a traffic study done. And I think that should not just look at, how people are going to cross 3 lanes, getting, out or coming in, but also what will happen, in the morning, in the peak time, or when there is stack of cars. And I see that the handicap is right at the entrance. So if there are 3 people standing there, you'll be blocking the handicap parking, when somebody's trying to get out. So I think, and including the interior circulation, as somebody said, even for ambulance, what may happen. So I think at least consultant showing us, the radii and this and that, and show like, hey, this can happen.
Sure. And so we'd be happy to take a look at turning movements on site. That is a bit separate. I'll look at Mr. Dion. That's separate and distinct from a full traffic study. So we'll certainly look at that. In terms of doing a full traffic study, I don't want to quote what Mr. Dion said, but I think the ITE standard is if you're looking at 100 trips, we're at 12 max. So we're not. We're at like 10% of what typically. Is that correct, Mike?
That is correct.
Yeah.
So we're at 10% of what the ITE and DOT looks at in terms of doing a full traffic study. I respectfully, Mr. Chairman, I'll just push back only because that's a lot of extra time and a lot of extra cost for probably one of the smallest traffic generators I've seen recently in my work. Particularly taking into account the site intersection distances, the ability of this roadway network to handle the traffic. Again, 12 trips, that's as bad as it gets, the PM
Right.
peak. And also DOT will be reviewing this.
Yeah, and I think I agree. It's a 12 trip coming from the complex, right? This is a state highway, right? This is a state highway where there is constant traffic, coming in, and going through, and people are driving, just like highway.
Right. So the standard is, Mr. Chairman, that's an existing condition. We're not changing. Whenever you're looking at a proposal, you're looking at what that proposal does to existing conditions. We're not going to change what is currently on the roadway network surrounding the site. And I think what Mr. Dion was saying, and Mike, jump in here if I'm saying something incorrect, because I'm not a traffic engineer, was that our site is such a de minimis impact to the roadway network that it's really just a blip on the radar, so to speak.
So I think what we would at least, address it. Usually when you do traffic analysis, you look at existing traffic and what you are adding. You also look at the future development that are coming. You also look at what is approved. And cumulatively, now you decide, you have to figure out what the traffic is going to be. You can't just look at 12 coming in and 2 going out, right?
For the record, yes, and the AIM study did that already.
Yep.
So, and when we're looking at the traffic, there's 14,000 ADT on CT99. 12 trips is 0.08% of that traffic. So it's going to have no impact at all coming and going. So that's why that's why DOT and ITE have set the 100-trip limit to an intersection, because there's no impact to anything less than that.
And just to be clear for the record, Mr. Dion, you took into account what the existing traffic was on the roadway network because of the Ames traffic study, correct?
That is correct, yes. So we did see that study, and it's been all done and vetted by town and DOT. So this is not going to have any change in what we call level of service at any of the intersections because it's such a minimal amount of cars. So, level of service is based upon letter grades, and we're not going to change anything out there with the 12 trips.
All right, so we'll look at.
I just want to chime in because we do have several other items on the agenda,
Yes.
some of which I need to get some direction on.
Okay.
Our agenda was set up for today, October 19th. We must adjourn on or
Yes.
before 11:59 tonight. I just want to make
still have
sure, okay? Because I have several things I want to.
Yeah.
Because we're going to recess.
Yeah, we'll recess.
We have to
We'll-
recess the hearing.
We'll,
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Uh,
Charles
can you-
Wisnowski, 670 Old Main Street.
Can you
Before
please-
hours,
Well,
Please.
Listen to rebuttal, just one.
Please,
one
please.
point.
We can't have conversation right now. Let me finish what we are going to do, and then I don't want to. Yeah.
can't
So-
do that.
What we'll do is, I just a couple of clarification, but that's fine. We'll continue. Whenever we.
Well, you can certainly finish. I just want you to be aware that we have at least 2 items of discussion that I need direction on.
So I think the couple of things were the garbage cans. So if you can provide the size and how they will be emptied and things like that, because I want to make sure the town is not committed to hand lift and all that stuff.
We'll
So-
provide that in writing.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just conclude by thanking the commission for their attention and their patience tonight. I understand the commission will be continuing the public hearing, and we'll see you at the next meeting.
Before we recess this, can we have particular people that need to address fire, police, and emergency medical services actually give us a written statement confirming that?
You
You
have
sign off on
something
it.
from fire marshal, you
I
have
don't- I
something
don't-
from police.
Can you
have
I don't know
something
where I
from-
didn't see it.
Okay, it's in the file.
It's in it?
But
but we don't
get
have it.
that. We do not have a written statement from the fire chief. That was a phone conversation
Yeah.
that he and I had.
Can we have it?
I
Because
will
it was
get
brought
that.
up many times,
Okay.
and especially emergency medical services also, and ambulance, and just so we're all on the same page. And it's clear for us as a commission and the public.
Yeah, it may be in the file, but it certainly didn't
It's-
come to us.
Right, so we'll make sure we have it.
So motion to recess the public meeting.
I think Mr. Wisnowski.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. I revoke my.
Is this a procedural question, or is this additional?
It is a rebuttal to the rebuttal
Okay,
of an
okay.
issue that is not
No.
finished.
Okay.
So,
No.
We're going to keep it
Mr.
open.
Chairman.
No matter how.
Well,
M-
okay,
Mr.
we
Chairman.
cannot do
Yeah.
this, Charlie.
we are,
We
right.
cannot,
See, right now, the
We-
public hearing will be continuing, and they still have to, like I said, a lot of things. They still have to give, responses to those as well. So I think at the next public hearing, that's when, we can discuss.
Or he can put it in writing.
Mr. Chairman, I
Okay.
apologize.
In
I'm going to
writing.
have to object.
Put it in order.
Yes, I think, point of order, please, please. We are,
Building in 5 feet.
okay, we're,
You
Put it in writing.
Charlie, we're not
point of
Taking
order,
testimony.
please.
inappropriate, Charlie.
This is not right, Mr. Wisnowski.
I'll leave you then.
Thank you.
To be clear, Mr. Chairman, for the record, we, of course, are always open to public comment, but subject to Robert's Rules of Order. So I just want to make it clear
Yeah.
for
Yes,
purposes of
yes.
the transcript
Yes.
that that was not the applicant's attempt to dissuade public comment, but simply to defer to the procedure as you.
No,
order it.
we understand. I think we appreciate you, working with us. I think it's as I said, you took a lot of things from me, so now, and others as well, and you're going to,
Absolutely.
provide
It's just my
comments.
job to make sure that
Yes.
the transcript is clear, so
Yes.
we were not trying to dissuade Mr. Wisniewski from speaking. It's just a matter of the procedure here, and the public hearing is open. He can continue to submit written comments and attend
Yes.
the next meeting. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
We
Commissioners.
understand.
Appreciate
Motion
it.
to recess the public meeting.
Till next,
What, do we have to say a
Our
date?
next meeting is the 16th of November.
The 16th of November, 2022.
at
Trying to
6:30.
find where all my stuff is.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion passes. Thank you.
Before we
All right.
proceed, I have a recommendation, because I'm not going to make it to 11:59, that's
We're
for
gonna,
sure.
we're gonna go
We're
quick.
going to get going,
Well,
so,
we got a
We're gonna
lot of
cook.
stuff that
Going
really
to
is.
well, not
gonna
really,
Well-
not really, we don't.
Watch how fast we move there, Alan.
We have
Watch
to
how
set,
fast we do it.
we have to set the next two items, well,
Okay.
never mind,
So now we're
go.
going into,
Public.
public comment
not on the agenda.
that is for items not on the agenda. Seeing none,
Motion to adopt a consent agenda.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Agenda item 5B.
C.
Yeah, B is being removed, that was just for,
Yep,
okay.
C.
Item C is to set a public hearing, and item D is to set a public hearing. One is on, it's on a regulation change, and because I put them on the agenda, typically I set the public hearings, but these both had to go to CROG for zoning referrals, based upon the locations. So one is to, in the RC zone, to allow for the conversion of office space to mixed use, non-residential with some affordable housing and residential units in the RC Regional Commercial Zoning District. That's the first one, with a minimum of 5% of the units to be designated as affordable housing. This was a application submitted. Item D is to set a public hearing date for the Glastonbury Overlay District. You've seen it in the past in a very minimal, for new construction. And we revised that regulation, and we'd like to set a public hearing. We can certainly discuss that during the hearing. I would certainly,
So we do C first and then D, or you're proposing to do them both on the same day?
I just have
both on
a
the
question.
same
Is
day.
there a time limit that we have to do it by?
well, we have to, the earliest would be 11/16.
But
If
if
not,
we,
you would continue it to December. I don't
Okay.
want it any later than that, because we have some people that are counting on this happening. So I'm recommending 11/16.
For both?
Well, all three now.
So now
So now it'll be 3 again?
There'll be three public meetings that night.
And we will probably have to recess the other hearing again, because there's a peer review report. So I believe
not-
that
yeah.
that one's going to be recessed again.
Let's do these two first and then do this one.
We
Like,
can do that.
so
So
that,
when is the first one? So is it before 16?
yeah.
No, it would be the 16th.
16?
On
the
the
16th.
16th. Do you want 6:30 again, or do you want to
Yep.
do a
Can do
special meeting at
6:30.
6:30? Okay.
Could we start at 6?
Ron, we have to ask Ron.
He'll,
What's the date again?
he'll start at quarter to
November
7.
16th.
November 16th?
Yep.
Yeah.
Third Wednesday of the month.
I'll figure it out.
No, because then I have to scramble, like put her and then you and then her and then,
Yeah, I know.
then,
Okay.
then
As long as it's not on Zoom.
then Ellen gets upset.
All these
and-
people in cars on public roadways,
I just wanted
Do you
Do a
want?
traffic study.
No.
they
No.
keep crashing.
Okay, so 16.
the motion.
16th at what time?
We haven't had the motion yet.
Motion to set a public meeting on November 16th at 6 PM for agenda item C, agenda item D, and the third public meeting will be what we already discussed already.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, here's where I was going to go. Can we table items E, F, and 6 until,
Okay, I will object to item E and item F. I'll fine with item C.
You were what?
I'm objecting as a staff member
But you're not
because
on
we
the
have a
commission.
moratorium ending tomorrow, ending at midnight. And I need some direction.
Pumpkin.
All right, so let's, next
go through
item,
it.
5B.
If I could just, I
We're on E.
can be quick, because it will also, because basically, item E is just asking for you to review something that is in your packet. It is a memorandum I put together. It's concerning a law that basically states that outdoor dining and beverage services are now going to be allowed as an accessory use for established food districts, I'm so tired, I'm sorry, established food establishments under certain public acts. It was allowed with executive orders during COVID. Through zoning permits, we as town staff authorized outdoor dining establishments in certain locations. We had one issue throughout a few years where a tent was put up over accessible space, and we asked them to remove it. So they moved the tent. So we are asking that, and there's some language in your packet that I asked to review. On or before May 1st, we have to have a regulation in place that allows outdoor dining and beverage services as an accessory use with an administrative process. It's the law now, and it has to happen on or before May 1st.
I have a question. Does that include outdoor storage, like the issue we had in the parking lot of Century Hills, where they had pallets of materials sitting in the parking lot? Ace Hardware.
Ace Hardware, yes.
So that's going to
But this isn't part of this one. This is strictly outdoor dining.
Right, but
Yeah,
it was,
but
it was,
that's
it
a
was
different
covered.
thing.
It fell under that umbrella.
Yes, but not, what I'm proposing here doesn't address that yet. I didn't do that part yet.
Okay.
This is strictly the outdoor dining and the beverage services.
So do we have to come up with a standard to go by, or the standard's already been set and you just want the power as an administrative process?
That's correct. Yeah. And you'll see in your packet, it actually has some listings as far as hours go, and then it actually has certain zones where it could be located with a zoning permit.
When does the COVID thing end?
April 30th of 2023, and this would take effect in May 1st of 2023. So we have time to set a hearing.
Okay.
I just
Okay.
want you, all I want you to do is review it
Yep,
and
okay.
get thoughts back to me. So that's not a big deal.
Yep.
If anybody has any objections to that, let me know or just send me feedback. So that was really quick. Item F is discussion and direction on adult-use cannabis. We have had today, as a matter of fact, a request. Our moratorium ends tomorrow. So I have asked the mayor to see what the feeling is on the council. Do they have any thoughts on what they want to do with this? I don't know what this commission's feeling is. We have regulations on medical marijuana producer and recreational producer, and then the moratorium that has been in place for a period of time, and there's been no discussion on this. And I have no idea what the commission wants to do with this. But we do have requests coming in.
What are our options? To
We can,
extend, to,
well, we'd have to go through the hearing process, but there are requests, there are regulations in place that talk about, and I've provided some examples for you to look at, of different communities where they actually have distance requirements, as we do with the producers.
and-
Yeah, as well. And what I'd like to do is put it on a map with actually scale it out for you. I don't know if that's something you want to take a look at. Is that something you want to consider? A lot of the communities.
And if we don't, what would happen? The moratorium would just expire and
Yeah, but then we would have to, it would fit in somewhere.
Right.
It would fit in somewhere, and we'd have to take it, but,
But like
Many
Victor said, what are
community-
the options? What
yeah, I mean, we could.
What are we considering?
We could, adult recreational cannabis retail locations. And cultivators, and, I mean, there's a whole.
So if the moratorium expires and somebody comes in with an application, we have to consider it as a standard retail
Right,
establishment.
Yeah, that's fine. See any problem with that?
We would have to do that. At
Don't we
present.
want more
I mean,
control over it?
a lot of places, they have regulations in place with distances from schools,
Yeah, we're gonna
public
want
That's
parks.
what, so I think we
Public
can go with
parks.
this, the questions you have,
Yeah,
we can go with that.
okay.
Because,
Can you put
you
in
said,
restrictions on numbers? Like, we don't
Well,
want
no,
more than 100 of
the
them?
statute was going to say one per every 25,000, except even though we're less than 25,000 as far as
You have one.
population, we were going to have one.
Right.
But they did away with that now. Of course. They did away with that.
oh,
So,
okay.
yeah, they did away with that. So therefore, we could have 7.
Or 700.
And we could have
Who knows?
one right next to a school,
So I
as
think
long
we
as
can-
it's zoned for
So we
retail.
want to have distance separation requirements
We
in
can
place.
go with that, and then if we have to amend it, we can,
Separation requirements, a lot of communities look at their business and industrial zones. There's a lot of, I'll say storefronts in some of our industrial zones that may be more appropriate for this type of use than would be someplace maybe
Kind of like
advertising.
breweries and that kind of thing. They
So you're-
have old places in industrial areas.
Yeah.
So what you're telling us is we should consider setting up in our regulations these things? Okay.
Well, I think you may want to consider it versus if you don't.
leave it.
If,
Exactly. Well,
Yes.
that makes
Yeah.
sense, but we obviously have to think about it and
Yeah.
consider it if you
So
give us a map or like
next
you
month, I'll
said.
give you a map
Yeah.
showing some areas with some separations.
Okay.
you know.
Does that mean that gas stations could do it too?
No, it's a secured, it's by appointment. My daughter goes to school in
She said it's
Springfield, and I
expired, so
sat,
what's the
I sat in
moratorium
a
is
parking lot.
expiring?
I picked her up one,
They got a guy at the
one
door.
day from
That's what I
school,
understand.
and we sat in the parking lot, and she goes, Mom, why are we here? And I said,
but the
I'm
question-
looking at
the
traffic.
question
And I
is-
was.
And, yeah, I asked, I think, if the moratorium expires tomorrow, we don't have regulations done tonight, what happens?
Well, we're in the process of working on them.
But it expires tomorrow, so.
So what happens
can we
if somebody
extend?
comes in tomorrow and wants it
Extend?
acted on?
Then they come in as a
Need a hearing
retail
to extend.
establishment.
You need a hearing.
You need a
We
hearing.
have
I mean, do we need to
Review it
extend
as
the
a retail
moratorium so we can
You
buy
would
some
need, you would
time?
need to extend it, you would need a public hearing to do so.
Can we
So,
just
so in other words, we're not doing
tell the public
anything,
right
but
now we're
gotta do
extending?
Public?
Oh. So.
She has no objection.
We do have a meeting coming up on November 2nd, a special meeting that's to review the affordable housing plan.
Maybe we do that and then,
Well, we can't set a public meeting in that soon.
oh, yeah, that's.
No, but we can talk
Discuss.
about it. That way it's in process.
We do,
Okay.
I just needed something.
We would like rules.
I thought so.
All right, going on, item 6, you have nothing, right?
I mean, I would just talk, just to mention, Complete Streets Policy, there's a draft that PIC put together. It is, I forwarded it on to our town manager, Ray Carpentino. He has been officially designated as town manager effective 11/1.
Oh, nice.
So, I wish him well on that. Complete Streets Policy suggested will go to the Government Ops Committee. They meet on November 7th at 5 PM, so I'll be going there. And then they, in turn, will pass it on to the council for whatever they choose to do.
Legislation?
I'm not even going there. I'm trying to move
For
it.
the evening session.
No. Communication?
Good.
We do have a, well, there is a bill that I saw. There's a bill from, something else.
do
We
you
also
have?
have an electrical vehicle example that I want to put forth. Come up. That will require a referral. So the hearing will be down the road, probably in December.
Okay. All right.
I can't focus.
Item 8, approval. Approve bills, no bills.
There was an invoice from
Yep.
Planometrics.
Motion to approve the planometric invoice.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion to adjourn.
passes.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
We haven't had one of these in a long time.